Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we wait our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, regardless of what color your eyes are, how good they are at seeing, if your left ear is a little higher than your right ear, what your favorite color is, what your ethnicity is, what your gender, race, creed, nationality is, religion, beliefs, all these things in which we are diverse with on the surface. Let us share these things, but first and most importantly, let us relate in the fact that there are parts of us that are the same, no matter who you are. Let us come together as fellow students of life, seekers of happiness, to relate in one another's experience, uplift each other and share positive sentiments, and be yourself in the unique way that you are. I'm happy to have you all here as our live stream is just beginning. I hope that you feel comfortable and accepted here, because you are, and not just in this space, but more generally in the universe. I believe it was Dr. Richard Feynman who proved in his doctoral thesis that all particles that are emitted, they have a purpose, and that purpose is to deliver information. Therefore, it must reach its destination and be reabsorbed by another particle. Otherwise, the law of the conservation of information would be violated, which means that no interaction in this universe is unnecessary, because all of the information is guaranteed to get to its destination. And hello, Pesto. Hello, Michelle. Welcome. You both are very early, as does the rest of you. And I hope that you all are feeling as beautiful as you can. Maybe you are feeling not so beautiful right now. Sometimes we may feel that way, and that's valid, but in a way, it's almost beautiful how we can have such a rich tapestry of emotions too. And we don't have to identify with all of them. Sometimes we may feel like we're a bad person, or that we're not who we're supposed to be. However, our feelings don't dictate our reality, but they are a vibrant expression of life and a genuine experience. You are valid in your emotions, but that doesn't mean you have to be validated by them. You know what I mean? So, since we are so early on in our live stream today, I get to ask you all some questions. I like to start my lives with the question of the day, and I'd love to hear from you all. Today I'm wondering, what's a way of saying I love you without saying I love you? Thank you, Vanessa, for your heartbeat. Hari Om Tat Sat. There are many times in which we wish to express love to someone, or that we do express love to someone, but not always are the three words, I love you, the most accessible terms. Anorev, Ronya, you share, don't give up. That's a beautiful one. It carries the essence of what love means. Love is here to carry us on our way, propel us through our journey, in which we may grow and learn and succeed, triumph, persevere. I love that. Mermander, you share hugs, a universal. Doesn't matter what language you speak. A hug definitely conveys that I am here for you. I accept and I embrace your being. Universal language, yes, that makes sense. Perhaps my background music is too loud. Allow me to turn it down. I always forget about that as I leave it up too high. Gabriella, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Irene, you share so simply. Spending time with the ones you love. Time is the most precious and rare gift. It's true. We could buy everything in the world for someone we love, but if we don't show up on time, make time for them, is that love? And I don't know if this is literally an answer, but Alex, you share some heart emojis, which is another way of saying I love you, I think. Symbolic visual form. And thank you, Mermander, for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. And Woo Woo, thank you for your heart me too. Isabella Power, you share that my voice seems so familiar, it's comforting. Well, I'm only happy to provide a space in which you find comfort in. You are always welcome here. Mermander, you're wondering, how am I doing today? I'm feeling very energetic today. I'm keeping a lot of it in. I don't wish to explode, but I just might. But thank you for asking, sweet Mermander. I trust you are well. Vanessa, you share being there for someone, simply listening and giving them space. Definitely. Yeah, you're very right with that. Gabriella, you share that listening shows. Little gifts show love, even just the thought of the gift they make or buy. Absolutely. Katie, you share that's your love language. One-on-one time. That's sweet. Gabriella, you add that communication and respect shows love. I love that. And Shannon, you share giving people my support. Supporting them. Giving. Hello, Bijo. Welcome back. And Gabriella, you share almost everything you do could be used to show love in some type of way. I love the way you see that. Hello, Ragnhildur. Username, you can say, you're incapable of changing the fondness I have for you. That's powerful stuff right there. I know, Rave. You share the question, did you eat? I like that. Have you drinking water? You're taking care of yourself. Thank you, Vanessa, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too, dear. And another one. Hare Krishna. Mermander, you share that you gotta head to work and scoop an order, but will only be an hour. Will I still be here? I hope so. Not planning on leaving. Aesthetically feral, you share the non-verbal communication for you is a sign of deep understanding and love, just mutual understanding. Bijao, you share cooking as your love language. That's a great one. And hello, Renvox. You agree with listening and being there for them. James, you share by sharing your experiences and wisdom. Yeah, letting someone in. Being unconditional shares username. Hello, Chloe Evans. And hello, Dr. Ginny. Hello, Lala. I'm feeling well. Thank you for asking. Whiskey Lexley, you share giving them freedom and space. I like that. Yeah. From one perspective, it's the absence of something. But even that has a kind of presence of love to it. That I respect your individuality. And you are free to do what you need to do. And Shannon, you share also respect and reassurance. Yeah. Hello, Ro. I don't know if this is an answer to the question of the day. You can simply say, love you. Or if you're just sharing love to me, but I love you too. Ragnhildur, you share writing a love letter, expressing your feelings if you can't say it in person. That's so sweet. Love letters. A tradition that has continued through email and text messages, but long ago was much more nuanced in what kind of paper we chose, what sticker we put on the envelope, and our very own cursive handwriting. It's a very personal thing to give someone. And Dr. Ginny, you share creating a safe space. Well, I'm happy that you feel love here. Get safe home. That's a classic one. I know, Rave. I like that. And thank you, Amanda, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. And Bree, you share. Let me know when you get home safe. That's a good one. Amanda, you share that acts of service are your love language. You cook for your husband and he loves what you made. I'm so happy that you feel that love in return. Aesthetically feral, you share just giving without expecting anything. Indeed. And thank you, Amanda, for that rose. Om Namah Shivaya. Rame, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. You're wondering, why'd I delete my old videos? Well, they're private, so they're still existing. But the reason I privated them, you can read in the link tree in my bio, because I've written a lengthy explanation there for you in the frequently asked questions document there. And if you have any follow-up questions, I'd be happy to attend to them. Iris Apparel, you changed your name, and you changed it to Big Thug Nasty. Well, that's a more interesting username. I'll give you that. Thank you for your good night wishes, Uro. Much love. And Brie, you share that sometimes Sitting in silence says more than words. It's funny how it works like that. I'm so happy to hear that you are finding assistance for your anxiety here, writ large. I certainly know what it's like to go through anxiety, and it's a beautiful feeling to befriend it, rather than feel controlled by it. Oh, my camera's slipping. Being in the rain together, that's a great one, Shannon. And X-Ray, you share, an answer to the question of the day is, sleep well. That's nice. And thank you, Big Thug Nasty, for your 65 roses. I believe that's a Fermat number, 2 to the power of n plus 1. I believe it actually has to be an exponent that's a power of 2. 2 to the 2 to the n plus 1. Yeah, maybe it's not a Fermat number, but it almost is. John F., you share, to the question of the day, I appreciate you. That's a nice and simple one. And hello, Teacher Lorraine. I'm feeling well. Thank you. And thank you, John F., for your community fest. Aesthetically Feral, you share that pets are the best at telling us I love you without saying I love you. Your cats just make you happy, right? I remember crying, and my cat just knows something's up. So, although he never sits in anyone's lap, he just curls up in my lap and starts purring, making biscuits on me. And it's like, okay, you love me. In Soul Doll Blues, you share that you would say, you revealed me, and I understood eternity. Wow. That's a big one. I love that so much. And thank you, Teacher Lorraine, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And writ large, you share that your dog will come up and give your face a hug. Aww. I like that. Lala, you share that you believe everyone should go to the nearest nature tree area, nothing with you, and feel it. I echo that challenge. And thank you, Brilliant Genius, for your pair of roses. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Teacher Lorraine, thank you for your rose also. Another one. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And no, it's not. You share asking, are you doing okay? With honest intentions as a way to say, love you. I agree. That's beautiful. Aw. Welcome, Stefano. Hello, Sean. Michelle, you share through acts of kindness and consideration without expecting anything in return. It's a beautiful one. All right. I've minimized the question of the day for now, and I'm sure we could spend a whole live stream just talking about the various ways of sharing love to someone, because there's certainly no end. As we brought up, almost everything can be a way of sharing I love you with the right intention and sincerity without expectations of return. As many of you know, most of you by now, I like to start my live streams with a question of the day. So welcome to the start. And then I do a short reading. And then we can really open the floor to discussing whatever you all want to discuss. Let's crack open our book and read another few paragraphs from it. This book is called In Love at Ease. It's all about how Pramukh Swami, the spiritual leader of a certain international organization, was always in love and at ease. And the book is really about that. It's not really about him as a person or the organization. It's really about how we can be in love and at ease by learning from his example. This chapter, fittingly, is called At Ease. To be at ease, one must not try too hard to project and mislead. Swami Shri did not put on a show or try to create a false impression. He was honest about what he could achieve. Swami Shri had traveled to the Vraj Hindu temple site in eastern Pennsylvania for a special seminar with children and youth. The sadhus, the monks, were snapping pictures with Swami Shri one after another. Akshar Jivandas Swami tried to remove Swami Shri's sandals and place his chakdi, his wooden sandals for ascetics in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, in front of Swami Shri's feet before the next picture. Chakdis are challenging to wear. They cause calluses and are extremely difficult to walk in for long distances or to wear in cold weather. Swami Shri immediately asked him to remove the chakdis. The sadhu insisted, "Please keep them by your feet. It is just for the picture. It impresses people," he said. Swami Shri replied with haste, "That is exactly why I am telling you to remove them. It is dishonest to do things for the camera. I am a sadhu, a monk. I dress like a sadhu. Take a picture of me dressed like a sadhu. Do not add the chakdis to make me look more austere. I am who I am. There is no need to pretend. I am only trying to impress my God and gurus, the divine and my spiritual teachers, and they will know if I am lying." Akshar Jivandas Swami removed the chakdis and found renewed inspiration. Swami Shri had extra ritual or ornamental accessories removed from pictures all the time. When he was asked to pose for pictures during katha or while in puja, he refused to artificially pose just for the camera as well. Swami Shri also never pretended to know things that he did not. Chaitanya Murti Das Swami presented an English grammar primer that he compiled for the Sadhu Training Center in Sarangpur. Swami Shri listened to the sadhus attentively as they explained the thought process behind the pedagogy. Chaitanya Murti Das Swami finally made his request. "We were wondering if you would write the following short note which would inspire and bless all the young sadhus who study English at the training center." Swami Shri was hesitant. "I do not know English fluently. That would seem staged." Chaitanya Murti Das Swami tried to reason. "You know the alphabet. You just have to copy the words we write on a piece of paper." Swami Shri taught the sadhus an important lesson in integrity and honesty. I do not mind writing a word or two. That is inspiration. If I write the entire page in English, it will look superficial. It would be dumb, which is a word that means misleading duplicity. That's a good word. Swami Shri emphasized the word dumb to show his displeasure at those who deceived others by pretending to be learned. The sadhus persisted. Whatever you write will be seen as divine by the sadhus in the training center. Swami Shri interrupted. I will write a few words. That is the best I can do while being honest to myself and others. To be at ease is to be the same person in front of thousands, in front of a dozen, or in front of no one. Swami Shri was the same in public and private settings. If there was anyone who would have seen a conflict in the way Swami Shri presented himself versus how he lived, it would have been Viveksargardas Swami, a senior sadhu who traveled with Swami Shri for more than 40 years. Viveksargardas Swami often said, "If there was the slightest discrepancy between the Pramukh Swami Maharaj that you see on stage and the one I see in his room, I would have left him a long time ago." That is a bold statement, coming from someone who Swami Shri often referred to as his personal Jodh, sadhu pair. The perfect example of these two worlds coming together happened during the following interaction in the village of Halol. Prabhu Das Bhai insisted that Swami Shri visit his village and participate in the so-called grand procession and sabha assembly that he had organized. Swami Shri obliged. On the day of the procession, Swami Shri, Dr. Swami, and Viveksargardas Swami climbed onto a shabby horse-drawn carriage. 2 sevaks, servants, were in the luggage van behind the carriage. The procession had a whopping 3 more people on foot, including the patron himself. The hired band played all sorts of out-of-tune melodies as the villagers watched out of curiosity and ridicule more than they did out of reverence. Swami Shri participated with enthusiasm, while the others felt embarrassed and could not wait for the disaster of a procession to end. The sabha was no better. People walked in and out while presenters spoke and sang. When it was Swami Shri's turn to speak, Prabhu Das Bhai brought people up to meet Swami Shri in the middle of his speech. Swami Shri would move the microphone to the side, greet the villagers, place a khanti around their necks, and then carry on with his speech. This happened more than 6 times in the span of a 30-minute presentation. Stray dogs and cattle too roamed through the sabha assembly. After the sabha, the sadhus and sevaks filed into the cars, and were thrilled to finally leave Halol. They laughed and teased Swami Shri for the fiasco that morning. Swami Shri remained at ease. He laughed with them and let them laugh at him. One of the sadhus reminded him that this was a far cry from the grandeur and sophistication of similar events that they have attended in Ahmedabad only a few weeks back. Swami Shri was unperturbed. He knew that he was the same person on the stage in Ahmedabad and amid the chaos in Halol. Viveksargardas Swami has noted that nothing changed in Swami Shri's expressions or enthusiasm between the 2 receptions and sabhas. While Swami Shri was comfortable with who he was also constantly trying to improve, to be better so that he could serve better. He put in the hard work without any emphasis on posturing. He found value in service and not in how people perceived him. To be at ease, one must put in the hard work without seeking external validation. And there are some stories to go along with that message. But for now, we'll pause our reading of In Love at Ease. And I thank you, dear viewers, for listening. And now we may return to our regular format. I hope you enjoyed that passage as much as I did. Hello, Ranjit. Jai Sitaram. And hello, Jacqueline. And hello, HRH Sunshine. Thank you for asking how I was doing. just before we started reading. And thank you for your patience to those who sent a gift while we were reading. Like Ushabai. Thank you for your flowers. Om Namah Shivaya. Mr. Rocket Shot, thank you for your heart, me too. Radhe Radhe. And Teacher Lorraine, thank you for another rose and a finger heart. Jai Swami Narayan. Hippie Heart, Sister Soul, thank you for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Van Penguin, thank you for your community fest. A friendship necklace. A TGIF, you must be in the future for me. A music play. And a trio of cloud breads. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Dom, thank you for your 6 roses. 1, 2, 3. A good triangular number. Hare Krishna. Van Penguin, hello. You share that somebody with a nickname similar to mine added you as a friend. Well, I'm happy that you caught some difference. For indeed, I don't add anyone as a friend here for the sake of ensuring that if anyone does, then you know it's not me, for there have been many impersonators and scammers that pretend to be me for the sake of giving value to their services. And I appreciate that they find value in my personality, my identity, but I hope that you value a spiritual message for what it is, regardless of the messenger. And I hope that these people discover that their own unique identity is perfect for whatever wish they wish to fulfill in their own pursuit of generating wealth for themselves and their loved ones. It is a fake account indeed, Van Penguin. And thank you, Dasha, for your heart me. Om Karim Kalikaye Namaha. I love you too, Teacher Lorraine. I hope you have a blessed night as well. And hello, Isabella. Sarah, you share that you feel like I am oozing with love and goodness today. Well, every day, but especially today. Wow. I do feel very energized today. I felt this way after attending to Tulasi Devi today. I don't know what she did to me, but taking care of her every day has given me with such a purpose and filled me with love. It's one of my favorite parts of my day when I get to sit down and water her and pick her flowers and seeds. Now, Ennis, you had asked if I had any thoughts on polygamy. Well, it's not me to decide the way in which people choose to love. If anyone may get hurt in the process, then I can help those who are hurt. However, I believe love may come in many forms, and you can either concentrate your love one-pointedly on one thing, and that can arise in a beautiful thing. And you can also spread your love equally in many places, and that's a beautiful thing as well. Monogamy and polygamy, they're space-time trade-offs. Monogamy is just polygamy through time. And polygamy is just monogamy through space. Just depending on your axis, you're either loving someone simultaneously through time or through space. Many examples in life, there are space-time trade-off. And it gives to a very unique diversity of experiences. As long as everyone you love is treated with respect and their boundaries are being acknowledged and observed, and that you are not sacrificing anyone's happiness, including your own, I don't see the issue there. Sarah, you share, that's how you feel putting 8 hours per day on the farm. Ever since you mentioned that you were going to get a job on the farm, I've been very excited for you. And I'm so happy that you found something that you love doing, especially if it exhausts you. Hello, G2 Infinity. Centerlink Advance, you share, you're not feeling yourself today, and hopefully sitting with me helps. In any way I can affirm to you that you are perfect just the way you are right now, as you are growing and changing and learning. I would be honored to. It's a funny sentence that we don't feel like ourselves, because you are yourself. No feeling is going to make you into somebody that you're not. In this way we can accept all feelings because they cannot change who we are. They only express a part of us. And maybe the part of you that's being expressed through that feeling, there is difficulty in accepting, honoring, and that's okay. If that's where you're at in this moment, that's where you're at. You are still whole regardless of the experiences that come to you. And Nuko, you shared that you needed me for getting asleep. Please be live every day. Well, I can do my best. I've tried to be live every day for the past 6 months now, and I think I've only had something like 10 days off in total. So it's a pretty good track record so far. But if I'm ever not live while you're trying to sleep, there's always the recordings that get posted to my YouTube channel, and there's hundreds of hours there. And thank you, John F., for your friendship necklace. Hello, Katrina. You have missed me? Well, I'm here. You haven't seen me for a while. You feel almost emotional. I'm here every day. Try to be. Welcome. Good day, JV. And namaste, Zion. Om Shanti, Chloe Evans. Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha. And this you share. The thing is that you are attracted to several women, but you don't like the idea of them being with other men. You know it sounds hypocritical, but that's your feelings. And you know that's a very honest thing that you're sharing. And I very much appreciate that. I certainly don't judge you for feeling this way. It would be a very healthy thing to ask yourself why you do feel this way. And of course, I don't know the answer for you, but I'd be happy to help navigate this feeling. when it comes to loving others, loving means that we want them to be happy. But sometimes it can come with the expectation of how their happiness comes. We might feel invalidated in our love if their happiness may come from another place, because we want to be a sufficient source of happiness, don't we? That makes sense to me. I'll always remember in high school I was very attached to this girlfriend of mine. And after she broke up with me, of course, I was very sad. And then she started dating one of my friends. And I believe they're still dating today. And at first, upon hearing that they were dating, I was so mad that they were there for them instead of I. But then something clicked in me, and I remembered, well, this friend of mine, they are a friend of mine. They're a really good friend too. They're not a close friend, but they've always been positive, and I've never heard them get angry or upset. Overall, they're a great student, a great athlete. And the more I thought about this person, the more I realized how great of a boyfriend they would be. In fact, I started to realize that they would be an even better one than me. And if all I wanted was happiness for this girl, well, now I've guaranteed that, because I know that this boy will make her happy. And the proof of the pudding is that they are still together happily today. What is it, 7-8 years since high school for me? And honestly, that makes me happy. And thank you, Isabella, for your pair of finger hearts. There's some for you too. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Isabella. Katrina, you share that you feel like you've lost yourself this week. All you've done is sleep, and you hate yourself for this. That's a very honest expression too. So thank you for sharing that as well. We may lose some expectation of that we have for ourselves, some ideal version of ourselves that's just not feasible. And we might get upset with ourselves for not meeting our own expectations. But does this really help us be happy? We might have thought that to be happy means that I have to fill all these boxes. But we're the ones that put ourselves in those boxes. And if we don't fit into our own box, the least we can do is let ourselves off the hook. If you've done nothing but rest, then I'm sure you've needed it. Rest is a beautiful thing because it helps us recharge. And in dream, we process certain unresolved feelings in our subconscious mind. Sleep is a very productive thing, dream included. You've done something very productive by taking care of your energy, by taking care of your subconscious mind. There's no version of you that's better than the one you are already becoming in this moment. The most we can do is accept how we are changing now and allow for life to happen. Thank you, Rahina, for your Heart Me and Community Fest. I'm happy with you here always. Hello, Don Norton. Don, did you share that there wasn't much love in your life and it was very strange for you? You've seen it in other families and wondered why it wasn't in yours. Thank you for sharing that as well. Families come in all sorts of different shapes and form. And sometimes what one person calls family is very different than what we call family. But always does the love that's allotted for you get to you, just in different ways. You might have a group of people you technically call family. But you may have other people, other things, other places in your life that fulfill the role of what it truly means to have family. Even though we might use words to describe these things differently, there is no doubt in my heart that you have love in your life. Perhaps instead of those biologically related, it comes from friends, it came from storybooks, it came from your special place nearby your house, it came from beautiful places within your heart. Whatever it may be, your soul family transcends your biological family. Your soul family could be in a flower, it could be in a cat, it could be in a teacher, but we all have one. Sometimes it's the same as our biological family. Sometimes there's an overlap, but it's not quite equal, and sometimes there's no overlap. In the same way, we might not get motherly love from our mother. We might not get fatherly love from our mother. But every one of us gets that love in some way or another. There's always some aspect of this life that fills in the role of a family member for you. And I believe that is why it is said in the Christian tradition that the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Anna, you're wondering, how do I count the mantras with your breath while meditating without getting lost in the process? What I do is I time my mantra with my breath. That I do it once on the inhale and once on the exhale. That way there's no misalignment between my mantra and my breath. I have merged my mantra with my breath. To me, they are the same thing. But for thousands of years, mala beads have been your way of keeping track. There's supposed to be 108 beads on a mala. And if you have a bracelet or a necklace like this, count. If there's 108 plus 1, which makes the so-called guru bead that you'd put on your center of your chest or behind your neck, then you have a mala. You have an ancient meditation technique, tool. is you don't have to keep track. You just go one bead at a time for each repetition of the mantra. And once you hit the guru bead, because it feels different, you get stuck, there's a tassel or whatever, that means I've done 108. And I can decide if I want to do another one or not, because a mantra is very consistent. If you do it 108 times, it's probably on average going to be the same amount of time. So it determines how long you want to meditate. If you want to meditate for an hour, and you know that your mala beads, one cycle is 5 minutes, well then you just have to do it as many times as 5 minutes fits into an hour, which is what? What is 60 divided by 5? 12? So you just count 12 cycles. Or if you pick a longer mantra or you do it slower, then you might have a 10-minute mala. So you just do it 3 times for 30 minutes. That way you can keep track of your meditation to a great degree of precision without any technology. Isn't that wonderful? You don't have to set a timer on your phone. You can be in the middle of nowhere. And you can meditate for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, however long you want. Just with mala beads. Ancient technology. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Rob Damien, you had asked, what is a Sangha? Literally it means a gathering or an assembly or an association, but not in the business sense, in the most literal sense, which means a group of people who consciously associate with each other in this moment. For example, in ancient times, there might be an assembly of philosophers in ancient Greece. They're in a courtyard and suddenly they decide to come together to discuss philosophical things. There's a Sangha going on. Or in Africa, at night, in a tribal community, it's time for the village elders to come and bring everyone together for some chanting. That's a Sangha. Or in India, when the Buddha decided to assemble all the monks for some lecture on the Dharma, that would be a Sangha. In this case, it's a modern reimagining on TikTok, on a live stream. It's a virtual one that's not denominational. Doesn't matter what your spiritual practice is or if you have one at all. But the goal here is to associate with each other's experiences and build bridges. Find confidence in your own path, that sort of thing. And that's right, Kara. To Andy's question, I am from Canada. And you found the Yam Bandanas, Dr. Jenny. That's right. I haven't advertised them because I hadn't gotten my own yet. It's on its way. But yeah, someone recommended we make a Yamdana because I'm wearing bandanas. So I designed one with a bunch of kitties and yams on it. Which will be cute. I hope it turns out well. It's a great word, Rob. It also has a deep spiritual significance when it comes to free will, which is interesting, because Sangha is also the word used to describe what we have free will over. That Sangha is what controls the ego. And the ego, of course, is what controls the intellect, the faculty that makes decisions, that discriminates, which in turn controls the mind, which in turn directs the body and changes the world around us. That from Sangha, from association, what we choose to associate, and it's more than just people. You could be reading a book and you choose to associate with the theme of the book. You kind of incorporate it into your sense of self. I like this feeling that this book gives me. That's a kind of Sangha, a kind of association. And the goal is to have a satsanga, sat being the Sanskrit word for truth or reality. That we want to choose our associations such that they're sat, they're true. They direct us towards higher things and away from kusanga, negative associations, which limit us, reduce our possibilities. And thank you, Feynman, for your heart me and your quartet of friendship necklaces. Radhe Radhe. User 224, you shared that you read that in order to do a mantra for Kali, you must be initiated by a guru. Is that widely believed? It depends on the context. There are some mantras that absolutely require initiation. In fact, this is part of the Guru Diksha tradition, the initiation from a guru, that what it means to be initiated is to be given a mantra. That a guru will give you a mantra, specifically a bija mantra. And a bija mantra is a mantra that has a bija syllable in it, like Krim for Kali, Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. However, given the fact that I just said it, in Kashmir Shaivism and Shaktiism and various tantric traditions, there's a growing belief that everyone should be able to celebrate the goddess Kali. Such is why there are many mantras now that have been given publicly. And if you even hear the mantra spoken publicly, then that means it was allowed to. Because the mantras that require initiation, you just won't hear them until you are given them in private. You won't even know of those ones. So all the mantras that you can find publicly available, for the most part, they are probably fine to chant. But I would be cautious of anyone that does have a bija syllable. Bija means seed, by the way. It's supposed to be the seed for the god or goddess themselves. Like you can grow them. Isn't that a fun topic? That the seeds for growing your own god or goddess. The seed for growing Kali is Krim. Just by chanting Krim, you grow Kali. That's fun. But most bija syllables are kept private, secret over the course of many thousands of years. But that's exclusive to Tantra, to the Tantrika traditions. Many traditions like Vedanta, they have no secrets. Everything is out in the public. They don't believe in hiding anything like that. But there's just recommendations. For example, in Vedanta, and I apologize for the plane passing overhead. In Vedanta, it's recommended not to chant Om unless it's in a communal setting or part of another mantra, because Om is another bija syllable, the most famous one at that. And user 224, you ask, is the Mahakali mantra, which is chanted 108 times, okay for the uninitiated? Probably. I don't see why not personally. But I also don't fully understand what makes something dangerous for the uninitiated. I believe it's the intention in which one person goes into chanting. That if you have an intention which is only going to bury you under your own expectations or limitations or attachments, if you're doing it for some materialistic purpose, I believe it's very important that the Guru first sorts out your intentions so that they know that you're chanting it for a specific reason. At the very least, we can learn how to pronounce it as best we can, and we can learn how to understand the meaning of the words as best we can. And that's really the qualification. Of course, without a guru, it's difficult to be affirmed whether we have the right pronunciation or the right understanding of the meaning. And thank you, Feynman, for your heart me and quartet of friendship necklaces. I think these are the same ones that you sent earlier that I thanked you for. Unless I thanked you in my mind. But my gratitude remains. Jez, you ask a fun question. What are my beliefs on creating our own mantras? That's fun. I like that. Yeah. We can always affirm to ourselves different affirmations. I am love. I am here for the service of all beings. I am not my body. I am not my mind. These can be like mantras. Mantras that have been created, well, here's one thing to point out. It would not be totally accurate to talk about mantras as being created, since the word that you'll often find is discovered or revealed. Mantras have historically been said to have been revealed by their patron deity, that they reveal it to their devotees, just as a guru does not create one for you. They reveal it to you through a line of disciplic tradition. That way we don't take credit for it, that we feel like we have been given this, that it's a precious heirloom from the ancients. And in this way, we feel like our mantra that has been given to us has been chanted for thousands of years. It gains a sort of empowerment through the millions of people who have chanted it before us. It's like a peer-reviewed mantra. It survived thousands of years and it has served people well. But there's nothing stopping you from coming up with your own. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of community fests. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And I love that, Auntie. They are observations, or they are true statements coming from life experiences from those that came before us. Hello, Bob. Thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your subscription again. I am hoping that you are liking the Sandy and Shadow stickers that I just made. Thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Bob, for your rose. And Usha, you share that those are Maha mantras like Om Namah Shivaya or the Gayatri mantra. They're good for everyone. And I'll add to that Nama Japa, chanting the holy names, anyone can do. Like the one I use, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. There's no bija in there, there's no any other word except for just a name for the divine. Hare Rama or Krishna. Nama Japa is something that's recommended before given a mantra. There's kind of 3 levels of mantras to contemplate on. There's the nama, the name, and there's the mantra, the diksha mantra, the bija mantra. And then there are the mahavakyas, that which are realizable at the end. Like, Aham Brahmasmi Tattvam Asi. The Canuck Gypsy. You asked, how can we find a real guru to meet? Well, I don't know. Speaking from the fact that I am not one, nor do I have one. So, I can only give you my personal opinion. And my personal opinion is that we should be careful. We can sit before someone and we can check in on our own spiritual progression. We do so by asking ourselves practical questions like, do I feel more peaceful? Am I becoming more patient? Am I becoming more loved? Are the intensity of my queries becoming softened? Do I feel like I'm gaining a sincere and genuine understanding? We can check in on ourselves in these ways. Also, we can look for others in the assembly, in their satsang. We can look to them and see what virtues they embody. We can ask them about their experience. Do you feel welcome there? That's a big thing. Do you feel like you are being included? Is there anyone that's being targeted or marginalized through their teachings? And are they trying to get something from you? Because a true teacher, they only have to give stuff to you. Of course, we can show them gratitude in the form of gifts and stuff, but that's all voluntary. Are they demanding that from you? Or are they only providing the opportunity? That's a big difference. I think all of these things are good signs that you're with someone that is there to assist you. Whether you want to call them a guru or not, that is up to you ultimately. But also, it's up to the guru in some way, because not all gurus will see themselves as your guru, because they understand that people need different styles of teaching. And through the compassion of some teachers, they might genuinely see that you are better off somewhere else and encourage you to go to a place that would serve you better. Hello, Aquarius lady. And thank you, the link below, for your trio of rosas. Om Brang Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your little crown, your tiny. Yippee! And your trio of roses. The Canuck Gypsy, you had asked, can people become a shaman, or only are born one? I believe that it's best to be inclusive with spiritual abilities and say that everyone has the capacity to be one, but that doesn't mean that everyone will be one. It is not in the karma for everyone to be a certain way. Like, it's not for everyone to become a monk, because then humanity would kick the bucket. There'd be no more children. However, everyone has the capacity, but not everyone has the tendency. The capacity is necessary, but the tendency is sufficient. We all have the capacity, but we don't all have the tendency. Don Norton, you ask, is there anywhere you can go to get closer to oneself? Within? I mean, where are you? You are here. You're not over there. If you were over there, then I'd guess I'd tell you to go over there to get closer to yourself. But you are on the inside. And so, being with yourself as you are here, diving into that immediacy of yourself, is how you get closer. And what if you need help? That's a great question, Don. We can put ourselves in a situation where we feel most comfortable being vulnerable, because the spiritual path is a very vulnerable path, because it demands of us that we let go of our vices, our footholds, our handholds, our mindholds, that we let go of the ground that we stand on and become groundless. We let go of our defense mechanisms. Basically, we become super vulnerable. Such is why it is very important that we put ourselves in a position where we are allowed to be vulnerable. You know, I wouldn't recommend doing shadow work while you're on a subway train, although you absolutely can. It would be best in the comfort of trees, or in the arms of a loved one, or in the presence of a therapist, or in a nice part of your own home. These are all going to be conducive qualities to surround yourself with, not because they're necessary, but because it makes it easier to go within. Absolutely. And having like-minded people that are here to support you on the physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual level will absolutely make that process go so much smoother. And thank you, the Connect Gypsy, for your Heart Me and best team. The best team is the one we're all on. Om Namah Shivaya. And thank you, Isabella, for your 5 roses. And thank you for sharing your loving vibes, Hexagon. When I was watching this indigenous Maori singer-songwriter on stage last week, they were saying something really beautiful that stuck with me. That in the Maori tradition, the indigenous of New Zealand and Australia, it's important to empower your enemies. Because if you're playing your favorite game, for example, whoever your opponents are, you wish to empower them before you play. Because it's no fun playing against weak opponents. You want your opponents to be strong. So oftentimes the Maori will do a certain I think it's called a haka, certain dance that's full of postures like this, and stomping and chanting, not to intimidate your opponents, but to actually breathe a spirit of life into them so that we can play this game. In some sense, your opponents are on your team. You want them to be. Now, user 224, you are wondering, do I resonate with Hinduism more than any other belief system? It looks like that. I believe it probably does, from the outside perspective, looking in on this path that I'm on. However, I don't feel that way. I feel most drawn to spirituality in general. And it just so happens that the most accommodating, accessible, and ancient tradition is labeled under the term Hinduism. But we really must understand where this term Hinduism comes from to break down the boundaries of seeing it as just one religion like any other. We have to understand the difference between an exonym and an endonym. Like Germany is an exonym. It's a name that the German people don't refer to themselves by. They refer to their homeland as Deutschland. That's an endonym, a term that the people use themselves. Why is this important? Well, the term Hinduism was created by what the Persians referred to the culture that was going on in the Indian subcontinent beyond the so-called Indus River. So they called the people there the Hindus, and their culture, their spirituality there. But what's kind of unique about the so-called Hindus is that they never had an endonym for themselves. In modern times, through certain nationalist movements, they are now adopting this exonym to describe themselves, and there's a lot of pride that has now come with the term Hindu. But if we just dial back time to at least before the British invasion of India, there was just a kind of spirituality there, without a name. They didn't consider themselves to be a part of one group of people and excluded from another part. They just loved spirituality in general. And still to this day, many Hindus, so-called Hindus, they just love other traditions as well. Like the Kriya Yogis, they love Jesus. They don't consider Jesus as separate from their Hindu practice. Many Hindus also practice a form of Buddhism, like many Advaita Vedantins incorporate Buddhist teachings. And there's such a harmony between Sikhism and Jainism there as well. So we really have to break down this word Hinduism, because it doesn't have any boundaries. It simply refers to what it looks like from the outside, but from the inside it's all-inclusive. And in the Indian subcontinent, that kind of openness of spirituality happens to be localized geographically, just given the history of the evolution of human society and civilization. That kind of spirituality flourished there. But it doesn't mean that it's owned by a certain type of people, because they certainly didn't consider that. But I feel drawn to that very much so because it's so inclusive, because it's so open. And for that very same reason, I also feel drawn to other traditions that may be labeled in different ways, like Buddhism, like Christianity. I believe that there's a way to incorporate the universal truths from all traditions. We can still celebrate one more than another because that's what we specialize in. We don't have to blend it all into one indistinct nothingness. But we can appreciate that there is something that permeates all traditions, some fundamental essence that we all can appreciate. Now, if you will excuse me, I worry that my phone is going to overheat and turn off as it's done before, since the sun has moved and now it's no longer in the shadow. So I'm going to move my umbrella now so my phone is in the shadow. Namaste, Vince of York. Thank you for your heart you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And JV, thank you for your finger heart too. Hare Krishna. That's a great question, user 308. What about atheism? Is that also something we can include as having a fundamental essence that's in harmony with other traditions? Absolutely. And here's how I see that. To me, what it means to be an atheist just means that our personal experience of God does not match what others have told us. And that's a valid experience. Scientists, they have shown us that whatever the source of existence is, it cannot be isolated in a laboratory. There has not been a scientific experiment that proves the existence of some source. And that's a valid experience. And interestingly enough, that's not in contradiction to many spiritual perspectives. On the surface, it may seem like it directly contradicts religion. And many religious people do defend their religion in contrary to what science says. But more general spiritual perspectives actually accommodate this. And they inform us that indeed, you can go looking for God in the material world, and you will not find it. Because God, in essence, is more than a person, more than a particle, more than a combination of particles. As I alluded to in my word choice earlier, God simply means the source. Through personal experience, some people have attributed various moral attributes to that source. But More generally, there doesn't have to be any attributes to that source. But our terminology, like the word God, has become overloaded with many qualities that do disagree with people's personal experience. In fact, in the non-dual tradition of Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta, God is described as Nirguna Brahman, which literally means a kind of nothingness. That you can't go find nothingness, even though nothingness is that which is responsible for everything. When I first discovered this, I started laughing. Why? Because I realized that if an atheist is one who doesn't believe in God's existence, and a theist is one who does believe in God's existence, then I'm both an atheist and a theist at the same time. Because I do believe that source exists, but it exists in negation to existence. Quite literally, it is non-existence itself in the most profound way. And that's hard to realize because we talk about nothingness as if it's a concept that we can dismiss. It has no meaning to it. If there's any meaning in this reality, it's found in existence. That which does not exist is imaginary. But I'm talking about a philosophical point of view. That nothingness is a very profound concept, and it is my money-back guarantee that the more you think about nothingness, the more you will realize its inherent divinity, that everything that we associate as a fundamental aspect of what we call God, you will find cryptically hidden in some aspect or perspective of nothingness. Nothingness, in some sense, is the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, which sandwiches existence. Nothingness is also that which contains everything. Nothing is outside of everything and inside of everything. So there's a kind of omnipresence to nothingness as well. But that's not to say that nothingness has no inherent consciousness or sentience either, because nothingness is a lot like consciousness also. It is my guarantee that the more you think about nothingness, the more you will find a perspective in which nothingness and consciousness are very much the same. This is my forbidden trinity for you. Nothingness, consciousness, God. They sound like totally different, completely different concepts. But what if they were actually the same thing, but seen from different directions? I believe that if you pick up on this paradox, so many of the world's perspectives become in alignment with each other. The scientists are right. The Buddhists are right. The Christians are right. And wouldn't that be amazing if all of these philosophical perspectives were right? That actually the contradictions only seemingly arose because we didn't see the way in which they were one. That would be a powerful way of looking at the world, and I wouldn't rule it out. Thank you, I love yourself, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your quartet of roses. Rama Ram. Andrea, thank you for your heart, me too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Keys, for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. I like this conversation that's always sparked. Is nothingness truth? Asks user 308. Explore this concept, and I think you will see the truth. It is from nothing everything is created, isn't it? Maybe we've been paying attention to everything except for nothing. But nothing has tried so hard to get our attention, but it can't, because as DC Busy says, it can't be perceived. And yet, from another perspective, it is the subject of all objects. It is what experiences everything. What can't be seen but sees all, can't be heard but hears all. What is it that fire cannot burn, water cannot wet, wind cannot blow? What cannot be pierced, what cannot be grasped? What is it that rich people need and poor people have? What is greater than good and worse than evil? It's a kind of nothingness, isn't it? That's pretty profound to me. And if you're interested in that sort of thing, it's no mere quirk of language. It is quite literally the conclusion of the philosophical tradition known as Advaita Vedanta, which means, well, Advaita means non-dual. Vedanta refers to the end of the Vedas. Literally, Vedanta, the end of the... What are the Vedas? The Vedas are humanity's oldest scriptures. And they have two parts to them. Something called the Karma Kanda, which is all about religion and ritual. But there's also the Jnana Kanda, which is all about wisdom and higher knowledge. The ultimate realization of Vedanta, of the end of the Vedas. You could say in two words as Nirguna Brahman, that the ultimate reality, Godhead, the source of all things, the space in which the whole multiverse appears, Brahman, it, in essence, is Nirguna, without quality. It is no thing. It has no attributes. Nirvana is another word. And that's a tradition that stems back, all the way back to the Bronze Age, in fact. Which is amazing to think about. Bronze Age people sitting like us thinking, what if the ultimate reality was nothingness? This is a concept that has been around for thousands and thousands of years, which makes me feel bad, because I used to think people in the Bronze Age weren't thinking about this kind of stuff, but clearly they were. In fact, they initiated it for future generations in these ancient scriptures. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your quintet of roses. Hare Krishna. Now a singular period. Caden, you ask, switching topics, how to not go insane with every girl talking to 50 guys. Value your self-worth as not being defined by the exclusivity of another person's attention. That just because other people lived their lives in such a way that isn't one-pointedly attentive of you, that doesn't mean that you are not worthy of their attention, or that you are not worthy of validation or your own happiness. Worry not about the so-called loyalty of another being. Are you first loyal to yourself? If you are loyal to yourself, then that is all the attention you need. Are you taking care of yourself? Do you feel love in your own company? Are you friends with yourself? This is the greatest relationship, right here. We need to work on that first and foremost. It's the only relationship that we get to continue forever. Even the perfect partner, it is till death do us part. That doesn't count for you and your relationship with yourself. Not even death can take you from yourself. You will always be with yourself. Thank you, Dr. Ginny, for your trio of roses. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Vince of York, for your tiny tiny. Yippee! Starlight, wow, you share that your kids are sick and you're exhausted. How to keep going, giving them the love and understanding that they need? Have this be a lesson for them. That taking care of yourself, you become a role model to them. You show them the importance of getting rest when you need it. That way you will be able to be there for them in even more ways after you give yourself time. And after you rest, you can thank them. You can genuinely and sincerely appreciate them for accommodating time you take for your own rest. And then that teaches them another thing, to be accommodating. Mind you, I'm sure this lesson will not go easily for anyone involved, but it's still a teaching moment. Now, they are toddlers, so they can't be self-sufficient. That does make things different, doesn't it? Well, we can rest in other smaller ways. But that doesn't mean that they're not loved. Even when you're taking some awareness of your own health and your well-being. What did you... Isabella, you said you're going to be good from now on. Starting now? As if you haven't already been good? Now you really confused me. And you can make rest a communal thing too. Now, I don't have toddlers, So my words probably don't carry that much value. And although I was opposed to it when I was younger, looking back, I did appreciate the times that my mom would nap with me. She would say, "It's nap time. Together we are going to nap." And I'd drag myself into bed with her and we'd have a communal nap. And then we'd do something fun after, and I was well rested and in a better mood. And I appreciate that. Because my mother taught me the importance of being more selfless. But she also taught me the importance of resting when you need it. So I can really only speak from a time in which I was a toddler. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your disco love. Jai Sita Ram. And Starlight, wow. Thank you for your tiny also. Yahoo! Woo woo. You ask, why does the world have bad leaders? To teach us to be careful with who we follow, and to set an example for how not to be one. It's also a sign of this age, the mark of the Kali Yuga, is that instead of leaders being servants of their people, the age of Kali is defined by their people being servants of their leaders, which is a flip of roles. And it was something that was prophesized. And a prophecy is different from an observation. Those that predicted this 5,000 years ago, they didn't write about it in negative ways. They said this is just how the world works. It goes through periods of oscillation. Where spirituality settles at the bottom of society, and other times rises to the top and then rains down again. Just like our weather cycle. Sometimes our rain, it settles. Other times it evaporates into clouds and then rains back down. Right now we happen to be in a period of time where the best of people are the ones who are the most oppressed. And the worst of people, they're the ones that are running the place. It's unfortunate. However, that doesn't mean we're not incapable of change as a society. We can always work towards higher and higher things. But in this age, growth comes from the bottom up, not the top down. It's a spiritual lesson that takes thousands of years, where we learn that if we want to make change, it starts with our hearts. We just can't wait any longer for our representatives to start making the change, working their way down. In this age, we have to work on something more local, and then let that become a global phenomenon through expansion. We change our heart, we can change our home. If we change our home, we can change our neighborhood. We change our neighborhood, we can change our town. We change our town, we can change our city. From the city to the state, to the nation, to the world. We start small. Instead of thinking international or national and working our way down to municipal, We start with municipal. We become empowered to make the change. That is the spiritual lesson for civilization in this age. Also, being a leader, I don't know if you'd want to be. If you think about it karmically, if someone's in a position of power, karmically that means they're paying off a big debt, doesn't it? That they're put in a position to serve so many people, maybe even millions of people or billions of people. Boy, I do not want to know what their past life was like if they have to make up for it in this way. If you're not a leader, you probably have better karma than they do. And yet, so many people are failing at their quest of paying back their karma. They've been put in a position where they can finally serve the people, and they take it as another reason to just fulfill themselves selfishly. And that's disappointing for them, because they had this opportunity to give and distribute resources and be a role model, and they've lost their chance at it. But as we were talking about, we have not lost our chance of being a good role model, a good representative. We just have to start thinking more locally, and understanding that small decisions made here can propagate and make big changes around the world. This has an overlap with chaos theory, branch of mathematics which deals with so-called chaotic systems. But the chaos part is secondary. It's what makes a chaotic system chaotic. It means that small changes have drastic effects. That you just change the initial setup a little bit, and then the whole evolution of that system reflects such small changes. This world is chaotic also, but in the mathematical sense. That just a small change, a small initiative in one direction can make the whole system reflect that. Thank you, Ostlending, for your trio of roses. Trio of tiny dinies, rather. They're in the tummy, the 3 roses, one in each of the tiny dinies' tummies. Yippee! Hello, Chloe. Welcome back. Actually, you can't sleep, you share. Well, I hope that in this space we may provide a platform for you to calm your mind. What is it that is on your mind, if you may? Treat me. Is there something that you can't get off your mind that maybe you'd like to talk about? It's okay if you don't know, or if it's personal. Just an offer. Thank you, Ostlending, for a rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Vince of York, for your ginger man. Starlight, wow. Do I think there are other beings across the universe? Aliens, if you will. Oh, probably. I can't imagine that this would be the only galaxy that has life in it. It's very meaningful to me that we live in a galaxy. I can't imagine that that would not be true for other galaxies or other solar systems. It's a matter of speculation there, but it's also a matter of faith. I just have faith. The universe is experienced in many different ways. I also feel like there is a beingness within even a rock. Mind you, it's not as vast and profound as the human experience. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe being a rock is amazing. Maybe rocks just really have no way of expressing to us that they live such a deep and profound existence. We'd never know. But I think stars are very much alive. It was a great debate in ancient Greece. Is fire alive? Well, fire can propagate. It can have its own progeny. It eats stuff. It consumes stuff. It can also move. It's dynamic. There are many aspects of life that we associate with ourselves that we can find in other so-called inanimate object. Now think about the size of a star. You're telling me that our sun, which has the diameter of 108 Earths, not to mention its surface area or its volume, and in all of the interesting mechanisms of energy moving about on the surface and in its magnetic field and on its different levels of its auroras, on its coronas and whatever those magnetic arcs are, I forget the name of them, which coronal mass ejections happen from, and all of the fusion and light scattering in its energy throughout the incomprehensible size that is our sun. You're telling me of all of that? It's just random and insentient? I find that hard to believe, given that the light of the sun is very much responsible for so much life here. What is it about that energy that gives rise to such a livelihood here? Maybe we just inherit that from whatever is in the sun. And that's right, Dr. Jenny. 108, the number of the mala. It's actually one of the reasons why there are 108 beads on the mala, is because it represents the sun, moon, Earth system. 108 Earths can fit across the diameter of the sun. That is to say, if on the inside of the sun, from two far parts on the surface inside, we could fit 108 Earths. But also, between the sun and the Earth, we could fit 108 suns. And between the Earth and the moon, we could fit 108 moons. That's why we have solar eclipses, or one of the reasons we have solar eclipses is because the ratio of distance to diameter of both the sun and the moon to Earth is the same, and that ratio happens to be around 108. Such is why they occupy the same angle in the sky. Thank you, Vince of York, for your ginger man. Radhe oh Radhe. And Starlight, wow. Thank you for your beautiful flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. John Simon, thank you for your heart meet. Om Namah Shivaya. And Puzzled Noodle, thank you for your tiny. Yahoo! And Isabella, thank you for your rose. Beanbag, you share that your birthday is on the 16th. Can you get an early happy birthday? Of course. As you are approaching this demarcation of another successful trip around our sun, let us celebrate the fact that you have lived, discovered more about yourself since the last time we celebrated. You are wiser, more experienced, and here's to many more. Solar filaments, coronal loops. That sounds right, user 224. I like that. Self-descriptive enough to get the point across. And thank you, Silent Storm, for your heart me. I love the feeling that your name carries with it. There is a lot of action, but one that is silent. To me, it echoes the feeling of our very own soul or conscious experience, that there is such an action, such a force that is life. But yet it makes no sound of its own accord. It uses the help of matter, objects, and vibration to express itself, but by itself it is still, but yet energized in such an electrifying way. Hello, Ingrid. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you feeling? And hello, Fun to Watch from Kentucky. David, you ask, we are evolving into what? Into our higher self. Higher in terms of possibility, that we limit ourselves not by anything in particular, but open ourselves up to more and more things, more and more opportunities for self-expression, understanding, and happiness. We evolve into that infinite splendor that is our very source. We often speak of divinity as if it's the place in which we've come, but it's also the very place in which we return. That life unfolds back into itself. The universe expands into itself. In this way, whatever we have lost along the way, we are evolving into that. Thank you, Puzzled Noodle, for your bubble tea. That's what I call my brain, a puzzled noodle. Hello, user 728. Glow, you share that you guess you're a little tense. That makes sense. Being tense can definitely prevent us from getting the rest we need when our awareness can't go anywhere else, and we just keep returning to this feeling of unease. I love you too. Sometimes feeling tense comes with something that we're stressed about. Feeling tense is that kind of rigidity because we feel like we should be persevering through something and we can't let go. Maybe it's an expectation. Maybe it's a fear. Who knows? But I like what Rhiannon shares. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. And at this moment, you are okay. Dr. Jenny, you share that what blows your mind is going into the micro, imagining every atom as a galaxy of its own. I love that. Or the complement of that is understanding that all of the galaxies, even those which are so far away, are also full of so much detail down to the atom. That, let's say between my two hands as I hold them together, there are trillions and trillions of atoms interacting with each other in their electric field. But all of those little interactions, they're happening just as much here as they are on the other side of the universe. The universe keeps track of everything, down to the atom. It never loses a single particle. Everything is being kept track of, from the cosmic to the quantum. So if you ever feel like you're lost, you might be. But the universe never loses its eye on you. It never goes, oh boy, where did I place Jeffrey? Jeffrey, you are always understood by the universe. It knows where you are. If it didn't, suddenly you'd stop interacting with everything around it. All the interactions the universe is undertaking at the quantum level. Do we have a Jeffrey here? That would be fun. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe and Ushabai, thank you for your heart-mirror rose. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. We are always taken care of. Yes, that's the point. I hope not to horrify you with that thought, user 224. My point is that you are never lost to time, to space. You are being kept track of just like every particle in existence. Now, user 308, you ask, does the universe know where you will be? Well, interesting from the physics point of view, not necessarily. It knows where you are now, definitely. But the trajectory of something has a bit of wiggle room. That's called the uncertainty principle, which is a good name in some ways, but not in others. The uncertainty principle states that the more you know about, let's say, something's position, the less you know about its momentum, and that includes the direction that it's headed. But that doesn't mean that it's a limitation on our part. It's a feature of this universe. That you can be very definite in how you are right now. But that means there's nothing stopping you from being any other way in the next moment. Or you can be very definite in the direction you're headed. But that means in this moment you're completely open to being anywhere. That's a kind of philosophical interpretation of it, but it's a very physical law also. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle for the quantum realm. This means that there's wiggle room. One of the strangest discoveries in terms of understanding the world from a quantum view is that there is no such thing as a definite location for anything or a definite direction in which they're headed. It's more fuzzy or blurry or formless, not because we don't have the instruments to detect this, but it's the way the universe works at very, very small, local levels. That there's a freedom in physics. It's not completely predefined. It works more so from the basis of probability. That the universe knows that you're likely to end up over here more than over there. But it's not certain. And if free will has anything to say about it, it means that our freedom lies within this wiggle room. That for the most part, our destiny is determined. But how we go through life is something we get to decide. In some scriptures too, Vedic scriptures, it says that God does not even know what you're going to do tomorrow. Otherwise, there would be no free will. God may know the general evolution of your life, but what you make of it, well, that's something the divine has given you to do in your hands. And I think that's an empowering perspective. That even the source of all things does not know what we are going to make of our life in little ways. I believe that's partly the point of creation. God's curious. God wants to know what you're going to do. Not going to make these decisions for you, but will provide the opportunities. God provides the choices, we just have to choose from them, you could say. God says, I know that you're either capable of this or that, but I don't know what you're going to do. Thank you, Gina, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Starlight, wow. Thank you for your donut. Hare Krishna. And Toxic TikTok, thank you for your rose too. Thank you, Dr. Ginny, for your trio of roses. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And Puzzled Noodle, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yahoo! And your whipped coffee. Radhe Radhe. Madeline's. Thank you for your quartet of roses. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Starlight, wow. Thank you for your quartet of fires. Why is it so comforting listening to people talk about Dharma, even if we already know it? It alleviates us of feeling like we're the only one able to express it. Like when you see someone very beautiful, sometimes you just feel relieved that a person is able to be so beautiful. It's like, I know it's possible now. There's nothing I need to do in order to experience that beauty when it's here before me now. Thank you for being receptive to my love, Lonella. And hello, Simple Life. Username. You're wondering my thoughts on procrastination. Everything in my life I have always done when I was able to do it. But there were times in my life where I beat myself up for thinking that I am able to do it right now, but I'm still not doing it. I know many people feel guilty for laying on the couch all day and not doing their responsibilities because they know they could. But could you really? What if right now your capacity was only to lay there for the time being? That if you did not get up, that's not a sign that you've done something wrong, not a sign of procrastinating, but genuinely that it was in your capacity only to rest in this moment. Sure, you could have gotten up, but you didn't, and therefore there was a reason for that, and we have to validate that. Maybe it serves as an inspiration to go and do it tomorrow, whatever that thing is you need to do. But I don't like the concept of procrastination, because that implies you're doing something wrong. But most of the time you're simply just not ready yet. There might be expectations to be ready before you're not, but that's unreasonable. If at the social function you were in the bathroom scrolling on your phone because you're procrastinating talking to guests, I don't think about it in terms of this idea that you're not doing what's in your capacity. Maybe you needed to recharge, and your comfort space is in the bathroom in that moment. And you were able to take your mind off of things that would send you into a panic by directing it to funny videos or cat memes, whatever. That's what was in your capacity to do in that moment. That's fine. Same thing was with motivation. I've only ever done something when motivation has come my way. How can I create something that's a grace that arises naturally? There's no way to force anyone to be motivated. You could threaten them, you could bribe them, but genuine motivation arises just at the perfect time. I have faith in this. If you have faith in this also, then you can forgive yourself. And thank you, Mehit's Pidge, for your flowers. Om Sum Soryaya Namaha. Woo-woo, you're wondering, do I know how to use Linux? It's amazing we all made it. All for free, isn't it? Open source software is the best kind of software. It's wonderful. Many people don't know about this point. That Windows or Mac, it's a software that you have to pay for. Along with every device, you pay for the licensing to be able to use this operating system. But a device running Linux is completely free to use. Not only is it free, but anyone can make contributions to the source code, the program that runs it. It's not hiding behind some corporation that they're guarding it, keeping its source secret. That anyone can maintain it and understand how it works. Complete transparency. As long as you know how to program, then you can even fix glitches in your own device. You don't have to worry about some secret code maliciously sending information to the corporation that runs it, because you can see all of the code yourself and it's free of charge and nobody owns it. And what a way to be. It's a beautiful perspective to have about a product, is that it's not a product. Nobody makes money off of it. It's simply there for everyone to use, everyone to benefit from, including whoever comes up with it. I truly believe that a genuine product sells itself. That something that is valuable, people will give you money for it voluntarily. You're not forced to give money for it. If you ever forced to giving money for something in return, then that means the person selling it doesn't trust you. They don't trust that you'll like it. In this way, trust can mean that what's truly valuable is free. And if there's faith in the value of this, then people will support you and give you their resources in order to continue making this a possibility for everyone. And I love that. Thank you, Meds Pidge, for your subscription. I hope to see the Sandy and Shadow stickers from you. Or the Yam stickers, or any of the other stickers that come with it. And I look forward to connecting with you here. And thank you, Vince of York, for your applause. I am here to cheer you on. And thank you, Madeline's, for the falling for you. Krim Kalikaye Namaha. Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses. Me Itpidge, thank you for your little crown and heart meet too. Radhe Radhe. And Rianan, thank you for your subscription. I'm always grateful for your presence here. and all the wonderful insights that you have to share from your beautiful experience also. Thank you, Ro Pedro, for your rose too. Michelle, you hope that I stay hydrated by drinking enough water. Well, I'll prove to you that I am. Thank you for reminding me. Nothing like a good sip of water. Agua. Yeah, shout out to GitHub, Dr. Jenny. Thank you, Matt, it's Pidge, for sending a subscription to Puzzled Noodle and Ro Pedro. That's very selfless of you. That you are gifting something to someone else without expectation of yourself receiving whatever it is that they may receive. And I am so happy to have this opportunity to connect with Puzzled Noodle and Ro Pedro in the ways in which they allow me to, of course. And that's very kind of you, Pidge. Hare Krishna. And I hope that the two of you enjoy your sticker back also. Oh, that's a good reminder, Dr. Ginny. I could add a little sea salt for electrolytes too. It's funny how salt can make us dehydrated, but adding a little salt can help us keep us hydrated. And thank you, Creating Awareness, for your ice cream cone. Hello, Morel. You traveled over to obtain my Yam Bandana, Magdalene. Well, now it's yours. I'm happy you like the pattern. I hope it shows up well. It has yet to appear on my doorstep, but I'll be wearing it as soon as it arrives so you can see the quality for yourself. There's the shadow sticker from Puzzled Noodle. I tried to make each sticker for Sandy and Shadow have their personality come through. Sandy loves eating flowers. And Shadow's grumpy, but he has a big heart. I'm happy you like the pattern, Dr. Ginny. How did I design it? Well, it was a combination of Photoshop, but actually I don't know how to use Photoshop, so I use an easier software called Paint.net. Does any of you know Paint.net? It's funny, because it's not even the name of its website. When you go to download Paint.net, you don't go to Paint.net. But the software itself is called Paint.net. I don't know how they came up with that, but it's a great software. Yeah, I used it to design it, and I used it with the help of Mataji, my AI assistant, who came up with the design, and then I changed some things in it. Some of the things look pretty weird. But I kept some of the weirdness too. Like, if you look closely, one of the cats in the Yam Bandana, it's a yam. It's a yam on top, but a cat on the bottom. I guess I didn't specify that I wanted yams and cats, but not necessarily yam cats. There's a couple yam cats, which I thought was pretty interesting, so I kept those. And put it around the bandana design. The border, you know. I'm not even wearing a bandana that has the border. I made sure that it was diagonal so that when you fold it in half and wear it the way I do, there'll be a bunch of kitties upright all around. And I'm thinking about making another design that makes these folds into ears. I just have to figure out what part of the bandana makes these ears. It'd be cute to put cat ears on whatever this part is, and then it looks like I'm a cat. I think that'd be cute. I just don't know how the geometry would work out. I guess I just have to draw on it while I'm wearing a blank one and unfold it. Anna, you ask, what is the color of the bandana? It is white with a black border and many multicolored cats inside. You'll have to see. It's on the store section of the link tree in my bio. But I can definitely make other colors. I just have to adjust the border. Tatvamasi, you also use paint.net. It's a great software. Also one that's free, which I like. Big fan of free software. Is that the original paint tool from old computers? It's close. That's just called Paint, or Microsoft Paint. This is a little more advanced than Paint. Damien, you shared that you lost your great-grandpa today. He was 95. Any tips for grief and the inevitable death of loved ones? Well, the death of a loved one can remind us that it is inevitable. But 95, that's a great time. I think it's beautiful. Those who live to such a ripe age. Many moments I'm sure you got to share with him, and that's wonderful. When my grandfather died, something interesting happened in me, which is that my mind went to all the times that we had together, and I felt very comforted by that. Often the case is that there's a lot of grief for all the times we could have had that we didn't. For me, I felt very comforted knowing that I had a full relationship, that everything that was meant to transpire between us happened during his lifespan. And of course, there's so much unexpressed love, but that doesn't mean I don't get to express it now. In fact, grief is one of the ways in which we express that love. Every tear we shed, every sad memory we bring up, it's a way of honoring that life and just sending that energy on its way, wherever it goes. But most importantly, don't deny yourself the beauty that is grieving. You are absolutely allowed to take the time you need. And of course, as everyone says, he would want you to be happy. Hello, Lisa Derry. Thank you, Ro Pedro, for another rose from you. And I appreciate you, Damien, and being vulnerable with us here. And I thank you to my fellow guests that sent some love Damien's way. I appreciate that. Hello, M. Solista. You want to challenge me this evening? Well, I'm always looking forward to new challenges. I know not the context in which you mean this. However, know that whatever your experience is, I'm only here to validate it, not provide you with an alternative to what you already have experienced in this life. So if you're looking for a debate kind of challenge, I'm afraid you've already won. Thank you, Woo Woo, for your octet of roses. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I just realized I haven't read anything today yet. Any interim reading. Let's read another poem from Rumi. "67, says Tatwamasi. They're not numbered. But maybe the Pema Chodron if we haven't read 67. There. Here, we'll read another random poem. Today, let's read The Water of the Water by Rumi. Day and night, there is movement of foam on the sea. You see the foam, but not the sea. Amazing! We are dashing against each other like boats. Our eyes are darkened, though we're in clear water. Oh, you who've gone to sleep in the body's boat. You've seen the water. But look at the water of the water. The water has a water that is driving it. The spirit has a spirit that is calling it. The Water of the Water by Rumi. I think my favorite line is, you see the foam, but not the sea. Amazing! Thank you for listening. Oh, Rumi, so lovely. Lebani home, you share that you're trying to become more esoteric in your religious beliefs. That's always a good thing to be. Beyond categorization, nobody can identify you. They may try, but they become bewildered when you defy all of the expectations they've put on you from placing you in a box. Being vague can be a great way to be spiritually. Now, of course, in the world, it's good to be direct, have clear communication, say what we mean. But in spirit, we are formless. So we might as well embrace a kind of formless spirituality as well. Rumi is our rock star. I love that, G. Thank you, Dr. Ginny. If I do have any poetic spirit and gift, certainly I get much of that from my mother. And my father, who is a good writer of song and composer of music. If I have any of that, it is from him also. I'm looking for a page in the Pocket Pema Chodron, which we have not read yet. I've been keeping track of the ones we've read, but by now it would be easier to keep track of the ones we haven't read. I do not believe we've read this one yet. We did read 67, Tattvamasi, but the one before that, 66, I don't think we have. Today we read, Train in the Middle Way. That's number 66. The middle way is wide open, but it's tough going because it goes against the grain of an ancient neurotic pattern that we all share. When we feel lonely, when we feel hopeless, what we want to do is move to the right or the left. We don't want to sit and feel what we feel. We don't want to go through the detox. Yet the middle way encourages us to do just that. It encourages us to awaken the bravery that exists in everyone without exception, including you and me. Meditation provides a way for us to train in the middle way, in staying right on the spot. We are encouraged not to judge whatever arises in our mind. In fact, we are encouraged not to even grasp whatever arises in our mind. What we usually call good or bad, we simply acknowledge as thinking, without all the usual drama that goes along with right and wrong. We are instructed to let the thoughts come and go, as if touching a bubble with a feather. Bubble with a feather. This straightforward discipline prepares us to stop struggling and discover a fresh, unbiased state of being. That's number 66. Train in the middle way. Thanks, Pema, and thank you for listening. Pema is GOAT. Bah. Pema is greatest of all time. You need to hear that today, Don Suela. Oh, you're welcome. I'll send my good wishes in spirit to Pema. Thank you, Gina, for your community fest. Now every time I think of you dancing. That's fun. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Bobby So, thank you for your subscription too. You are always a lovely addition to the Sangha, and I'm grateful to have you. Hari Om Tat Sat. Is there a poem I'd like to share? Asks Kukumelos. How about a poem I know from Yogiraj Satgurunath Siddhanath, who looks like Moses if you've ever seen him. I really got to show you a picture of this guy. You got to understand the personality from which this poem originates. coming close to our camera so that I can... Yes. You're gonna like this guy. If it will load. It's a very high resolution photo. Maybe I can... Yeah, this one. Yeah. So, gotta go down. Sorry. This guy's named Yogiraj Satgurunath Siddhanath. Looks like Moses. Anyway, he has a poem that goes like this. You are not this abode of flesh and bones which sleeps, decays, and dies. You are immortal consciousness, the Lord of the earth and skies. You gotta see his face when you hear that poem. It just gains a kind of a vibration to it. You guys gotta see this bug spray. This is the most interesting bug spray I've ever had. It's called Pi Active. And they've used the Greek letter pi to represent a ligature between a P and an I, which forms how we transliterate pi. But it's not any ordinary bug spray. It's survivor bug spray. It has a compass. You ever seen a bug spray with a compass in it? You can even take the compass out. And it's got a whistle. All I know is that if I'm ever in a survival situation, I can rely on my bug spray to do more than just save me from bugs. I just laughed when my mom got that for me. I thought, what the heck? Of course, she got it for me for the pi, since I love math, of course, but I didn't know it had so many gizmos on it. It's like the Swiss Army knife of bug spray. Hello, Jocelyn. Am I up north in Canada? Actually, I'm in the most southern part of Canada. In fact, I'm closer to mainland America than I am Canada. But I'm on the west coast. Not North Canada, West Canada, where the sun is still out for me. I live close to Seattle, across the water. Whenever there's the 4th of July, I get to watch the fireworks from Seattle across the water, which is cool. Dr. Ginny, you share that I can use vanilla extract as a mosquito repellent. Smell like cookies. Oh, I love that. I have to try that. Madeline's, you're wondering, what kind of bracelet is this? This is Amazonite. It's a gift from my mother for my birthday. Speaking of birthday, Judah girl, you share that Pi Day is your birthday. Well, I hope that you eat pie on your birthday. You have to. That's like the deal. If you're born on Pi Day, then it's pies over birthday cakes. That's who I used to be. For my birthday, I would ask for a pumpkin pie instead of a birthday cake. Thank you, Madeline, for your 16 roses. Namo Bhagavate. Vasudevaya. And Obsession. Thank you for your rose too. And thank you, the link below, for your subscription. Many subscribers today. I'm so grateful to have such a team of supporters and people that allow me to ramble about whatever I do for long periods of time. Always delighted to be with you on your spiritual journey. Dansuela, you share, that's what your son asked for too. Either a homemade pumpkin pie or peanut butter chocolate. What? What is a peanut butter chocolate pie? I've never had a peanut butter chocolate pie. I didn't even know those existed. Thank you, Orla, for sending a subscription to Summer. I don't know what spirit of selfless generosity has gotten into you bunch today, but I love to see you. And I look forward to being there for Summer. And I'll be there for Summer, in the spring, in the fall, or the winter, regardless of the season. I'm missing out, says Lauren. It's amazing. I'm sure it is. But happiness can be found not in what we eat, but the reverence we have for it. And hello, Rasul Allah. Welcome. You just got here, Lauren? Is it my birthday too? No, but I'll tell you this. That when I was younger, I thought happy birthday meant I love you. And it is a kind of I love you. So I used to go around telling everybody happy birthday, and my parents would have to explain that means he loves you. He thinks it means I love you. Look up at them, happy birthday. Say it to everyone. Dansuela, you share, oh yes, you make a fabulous peanut butter chocolate pie. The recipe is on the craft peanut butter jar. Oh man, now that you have enlightened me on this existence, tomorrow I'm going to be like a big sphere because I will have eaten so many peanut butter chocolate pies. Maybe. Probably not. But if ever I show up and I'm suddenly all mushy and floofy and there's lots of me to hug, it's probably because of you, Dansuela. Lauren, you share that your step makes them. Your step? In your house? Oh, your stepmom. She also makes chocolate cherry pie. I am being illumined on all the different kinds of pies. Wow. It's similar to a cheesecake or Reese's peanut butter. You gotta stop speaking right now, Dansuela. I'm telling you. Otherwise, I don't know what's gonna happen to me. Am I tempted? Oh yeah, I'm feeling the temptations right now. When is my birthday, you ask, Rianan? My birthday is 10/01/01. 10th month, first year of this millennium. Binary for 37. It's the 1st of October, 2001. Gaia, you may ask me for my attention for a moment. Ready? Yes, I'm ready. Yeah, cooking stream. This is what you have to share, or that's just another message. I'm cooking stream. Well, that assumes I know how to cook. And that assumes my family would let me occupy the kitchen for whatever time would be allotted. Gaia, you ask, what part of the source am I? I am what I am. I'm a yam. I'm the part of source that's here, where I am. You're the part of source that's you, where you are. If you're asking, what aspect of the source do I personify? I don't know, but I hope it's something to do with love and gentleness and all good things. And thank you, Orla, for being so lovely as always. And Dr. Jenny, thank you for your quartet of roses. Lauren, you're wondering, why did I choose Yam as my name? I didn't. My birth name was Liam with a Y. And in a dentist's waiting room, I had a sticker. A frog sticker on my name badge. But the frog sticker was too close to the L of my name, so it looked like I was named Yam. So the dentist came out, he was looking for Liam. He couldn't find a Liam, but he found a Yam. So he said, Yam! I looked down and I giggled. I knew it had happened, and I got up, and from there, I was known as Yam. I think I was 4 or something like that. Crossfires, you share that you're trying to decide on a new hair color, blonde or red. Well, I know that regardless of the color of your hair, let us color in our heart with the rainbow of love, representing all the various hues and shades of life. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your applause. I have some claps for you. MS Solista. One of these days you're gonna have to tell me how to pronounce your name. Or I could just call you Michaels. What is my favorite response to turn a negative energy into positive? I feel like one way in which we turn negative energy into positive is by acknowledging it in the form that it is. Because if we have a pre-programmed response to positivity, then that means we're not acknowledging the negativity in the form that it is currently right now. Negativity just means that there's room for positivity. That's all it means. It's an absence. It has no real existence. It's only a space that is offered to you through the journey of life to fill it with something beautiful, And depending on the shape of that spaciousness, we fill it with whatever complements that space. Anger is an absence of patience, so we fill it with patience. Hatred is an absence of love, so we fill it with love. Whatever there is an absence of, we fill the energy with that. And thank you, Madeline, for your love, you. I love you too. Thank you, Brandon Rogers, for your paper crane. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Gaia, you asked, do I attribute to the divine masculine, or am I separate? No one is separate from the divine masculine. Divine masculine is just another term for source energy. Source energy is omnipresent. Material energy is the divine feminine, and that's also omnipresent. Even in deep space, you'll find an atom, you'll find some particle there in between galaxies. There's always something around. Whenever we are engaged in stillness, in being as we are, then we are one with Source. And whenever we are engaged in doingness, movement, dance, expression, then we are one with the material energy, that which provides us a form. And they are inseparable, because without the source we wouldn't have all this stuff to play around with. And without all this stuff to play around with, how could we get to experience the source? HRH Sunshine, you asked for me to please give you some of my nice weather. Well, I'm afraid it's not mine. The weather does as it pleases. I can't control it. And you're fed up with the rain. Well, you're definitely living up to your username then. Miss Sunshine. But remember that even on a cloudy day, the sun is still there. You might not get to experience its form, but the very same light illumines a cloudy day, just in a different way. Sure, the colors may be muted, but the rain has its own purpose too. As it washes away the old to bring in something new, you just feel refreshed after a rainy day. Gives life to so many plants, provides water for so many animals. Rain is just as important as sunshine, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Good night, Dali Mama. Oh, I just love your name. Dali Mama. Could you get a hi, says Cam. There are plenty of highs to go around. Hello. Did I thank you, Brandon Rogers, for your paper crane? I'm not sure if I did, but I also noticed that you share you've been feeling amazing and now started at your gym. I'm so happy to hear that. The gym is a great way to not only work on our physical health, but also work towards a goal, be it some personal record or physique, and it gets our mind out of other stuff and gets the right hormones and the blood flowing. That's a great practice. I'm happy to hear that. And thank you, Madeline, for your 15 roses. And Hybrid Jen for your pair of disco loves. Hari Om Tat Sat. Chloe, you have a question. Have I ever read the Quran in English? You share that you started reading it today. That's very exciting. I hope that it serves you well and that you see the universal message that is there. I have not, but I did actually pick up an English copy, and it's sitting on a coffee table inside. Lauren, you shared that Ellie Wood said it releases endorphins, and endorphins make you happy. It is one of the happy chemicals, up there with oxytocin and serotonin. I love that. Hybrid Jen, you share that you have yam cream that you need to use. Yam cream? What is yam cream? I've never heard of that. How do you make cream out of yam? I don't know if I want to know, honestly. It's true, sunshine. You get time off from watering your garden when it rains. It's a good point. Lauren, you share it's a Legally Blonde reference. Ah, they performed that play in my school. In high school? Now, why don't we read from another spiritual text? We've read from a Buddhist tradition. Today, we've read from a Sufi tradition. Now, let's follow that up with the Swami Narayan tradition. Thank you, dear Brandon Rogers, for your hand hearts. There is some for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And for your 35 roses. I'm so happy to hear that you feel great. Alright. Today we are reading Gadhada 178. The predominance of place, time, etc. I assume this goes into what place and time we find ourselves in, how it affects our spiritual progress. On Arshad Sudhi III, Samvat 1877, or the 13th of July, 1820, Swami Sri Sahajanandji Maharaj was sitting on the veranda outside the west-facing rooms in front of the mandir of Sri Vasudev Narayan in Dada Ghachar's Darbar in Gadhada. He was wearing a white case and had covered himself with a white cotton cloth. He was also wearing a white pug around his head and a garland of white flowers around his neck. At that time, an assembly of munis, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Shriji Maharaj then said, "All sadhus, all monks, please listen. I wish to ask a question." The sadhus responded, "Please do ask, Maharaj." Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj asked, "If the 8 influences of place, time, action, company, mantra, meditation of the devas, initiation and scriptures are favorable, they purify one's mind. But do the samskars, the impressions that remain within someone from lifetime after lifetime, of the karmas performed in past lives, have any influence on these 8 factors?" The munis, the scholars, answered, "It seems that the karmas of past lives do play a role. If one's past karmas are favorable, one is born in a favorable place. If they are unfavorable, one is born in an unfavorable place. In the same manner, the other 7 factors of time, actions, etc. are also determined by past karmas. So yes, past karmas appear to play the predominant role in all of them. The 8 influences of place, time, etc. may be predominant in certain circumstances, but past karmas are predominant in all circumstances." Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj questioned, "From what principle in the scriptures do you claim that past karmas play the predominant role among all of the 5 influences? From place and time up to the devas one worships. Please quote any reference from scriptures. After all, only the Jain scriptures, and not in any other, does one find the predominance of only karmas. Other scriptures promote only the predominance of the company of the divine and divine devotees, bhaktas. Moreover, because you advocate the predominance of only past karmas, are those whom are without faith superficially disguised as satsangis, spiritual seekers, or what? This is because no one, except those without faith, promote the predominance of karmas. They believe that the Vedas, the scriptures, the Shastras, the Puranas, and the Mahabharata, and other Itihasas, scriptures, to be mere fantasy. They only accept their own scriptures written in the Magdi dialect as authentic. I don't know what the Magdi dialect is. Thus, it is only out of being a goofball that they promote karmas only. So here, I am interpreting it that Shriji Maharaj is saying, it's more than just where you were born into, what actions you did in your past life when it comes to the spiritual path, that there is an accountability that we have to take in this moment for what we're surrounding ourselves with. If the 8 factors of place, time, etc. vary according to past karmas, then why has the 100 feet deep underground water not risen to the surface for the many pious kings and queens who have been born in the region of Marvad? If the influence of place was controlled by past karmas, then the water table should rise for people who have performed good deeds and fall for those who have not. This is not the case, however, because in the region of Marvad, both pious people and those whom are not suffer from the problem of water being found deep underground. In reality, each place does not lose its inherent characteristics. Thus, place, time, etc. do not vary according to past karmas, to past actions. Therefore, a person who desires their own liberation should not uphold the predominance of karmas in the ways that people without faith do. If the 8 influences of place, time, etc. are unfavorable, they should forsake them and seek only favorable influences. Moreover, just as favorable and unfavorable places exist outside the body, one's body can also be favorable or unfavorable as a place. If the place in the form of the body is favorable, when the jiva, the soul, resides within it, then redemptive virtues such as nobility, contentment, compassion, dharma, etc. develop. However, if the so-called place in the form of the body is unfavorable when the jiva, the soul, resides in it, then vices such as lust, anger, avarice, infatuation, matsar, arrogance, etc. develop instead. Also, favorable and unfavorable company should be distinguished as follows. When no real distance remains at all between one and the person whose company is kept, that is known as true association. Outwardly, even enemies embrace each other, yet their hearts are hundreds of thousands of miles apart. Such outward association cannot be called association. Only association that is kept by thought, word, and deed can be called true association. One should keep such association by thought, word, and deed only with the divine or fellow devotees, as it leads to the liberation of one's individual soul, their jiva. But one should never associate with someone who is a poor influence. Then, at midday, Shriji Maharaj called all of the young student sadhus near and requested, "All of you student sadhus, please ask me questions." Thereupon, Senior Shivanand Swami asked, "How can a person who has unwavering faith in the divine be recognized?" Shriji Maharaj replied, "A person with unwavering faith regards all actions performed by the divine as redemptive, whether they be good or bad, whether God wins or loses, or at times even runs away, whether they show pleasure or grief. In fact, however many countless kinds of actions a faithful devotee witnesses, they say, all actions of the divine are for the sake of liberation. If, whenever the devotee speaks, they speak in this manner only, then they should be known to have absolute faith in the divine." Thereafter, Nirmananda Swami asked, "How can a person prevent the development of fault-finding towards the divine and fellow monks?" Shriji Maharaj answered, "If a person possesses the aforesaid unwavering faith in the divine, then they never develop a fault-finding attitude. Furthermore, when they think upon the greatness of the servants of such a great divinity, they never perceive fault in those devotees either. Then Nirmanand Swami and Junior Pragnanand Swami both asked, how can one realize the form of the divine in all three states of waking, dream, and deep sleep? Shriji Maharaj replied, if the pure samskars, these impressions from one's previous lives, are powerful, then one can constantly see the form of the divine in all three states. If one who constantly experiences fear, lust, or love for something can see objects besides the divine constantly in all three states, then what is surprising about being able to see the divine constantly as well? He can definitely be seen. Junior Shivanand Swami then asked, how can someone with an unfaltering foundation in the satsang fellowship be recognized? Satsang being an assembly of true spiritual seekers. That is the first question. The second question is, how can the enemies, i.e. egotism, lust, anger, avarice, matsar, jealousy, arrogance, etc., be destroyed? Shriji Maharaj explained, a person who is absolutely loyal to satsang, to their spiritual community, cannot tolerate in the least someone speaking ill of satsang. For example, even though one may have had a disagreement with a member of one's family, one would be unable to tolerate anyone speaking ill of them. Therefore, just as one is loyal to one's relatives, if a person is similarly loyal to satsang, then their foundation in satsang is unwavering, unfaltering, in fact. The answer to the second question is, if one has such loyalty for satsang, how can one possibly harbor arrogance, matsar, or jealousy towards any saint or satsangi, fellow spiritual seeker? Therefore, all of the inner enemies, egotism, arrogance, matsar, jealousy, etc., of a person who is loyal to their fellow spiritual seekers are destroyed. However, if a person does not have such loyalty for satsangis, for fellow spiritual seekers, and regard satsangis and kusangis as equal, kusangi means someone who they believe to be a negative influence, then however highly they may be regarded in satsang, they are sure to ultimately fall from satsang. Then, Junior Atmanand Swami asked, the divine and saints, divine personalities, may boldly tell someone whatever needs to be said with the faith. Whether they are praised or rebuked, they will not fall from satsang in any way. How can one earn such trust in the divine and their sant? That is one question. The second question is, how can a person with the affection of all sadhus, just as they have won the affection of the sadhu they are presently staying with, how can a person win the affection of all sadhus? Shriji Maharaj replied, as in the answer to Shivanand Swami's question, if a person is extremely loyal to satsang, to their spiritual community, the divine and divine personalities do not hesitate in reprimanding them. They never lack faith in them. That is why they never feel, if they are reprimanded, they will leave the satsang fellowship. Rather, they have firm faith and believe their satsang is firm. Their association with truth is firm, so there is no danger in being reprimanded here. The answer to the second question is, they may leave the person they were previously staying with because they were unable to get along with them, and subsequently go and stay with another person. Despite this, though, they are unable to tolerate others speaking ill of the person they originally stayed with. Thus, all of the sadhus feel, this person is not ungrateful. They are a very good sadhu, very good monk, because they have not forgotten that they are indebted to the person from whom they have learnt even a little. Realizing this, all of the sadhus like him or them. On the other hand, if they leave the person they were previously staying with to stay with another person, and subsequently speaks ill of the person they originally stayed with, all of the sadhus feel, this person is ungrateful. In the future, if they do not get along with any of us, they will surely speak ill of us too. As a result, no one likes them. Thereafter, the Haranand Swami asked, the divine transcends akshar. They are beyond mind and speech, and he is imperceptible to all. Why then can everyone see him as manifest? Shriji Maharaj replied, the divine, who transcends akshar, who is beyond mind and speech, and who is imperceptible himself, out of compassion, resolves, may all the enlightened and unenlightened people on Murtyalok, on the physical plane of existence, behold me. Having resolved in this manner, the divine, whose will always prevails, out of compassion becomes perceivable to all people on Murtyalok. Tyaganand Swami then asked, how is the divine pleased? Shriji Maharaj answered, a person who wants to please the divine should not wish for bodily comforts. They should not even crave for the darshan, for the witnessing of the divine. In fact, to do exactly as the divine commands is the only means to please the divine. Then Lakshmananand Swami asked, with what understanding is one able to feel the wonder of having attained the profound association of the divine and his sadhus, his monks? Also, how can one feel elated all day and night? This is a longer passage, IMC. Shriji Maharaj replied, a devotee realizes this divinity and these sadhus all reside in Vaikuntha, Golok and Brahmapur, the abode of the divine. In fact, all of those abodes are present wherever the divine and these sadhus reside. Therefore, I am extremely fortunate in that I am able to stay in the presence of these sadhus. If they understand this, then they will experience awe all day and night, and will sway in an ocean of bliss throughout the day. This is a tough one. Paramatmanand Swami, it's a good name, Paramatmanand, which means the bliss of the higher self, then asked, how can one acquire the so-called 30 attributes of a sadhu, described in the 11th canto of the Srimad Bhagavat? Shriji Maharaj replied, a person who regards the sant, who possesses the 30 attributes as a guru and as a deva, and associates with them by thought, word, and deed, acquires those 30 attributes. In fact, all of the scriptures state, when one serves the Sant, one becomes like the Sant. Sant means holy person. Thereafter, Shantanand Swami asked, there is one devotee who constantly maintains their vritti, their thought force, on the form of the divine. There is another devotee who engages in worship and remembrance, and also listens to and engages in discourses and devotional songs related to the divine. Which devotee of the divine is the better of the two? Shriji Maharaj explained, they who experience nirvikalpa samadhi and is not conscious of their body is the better of the two. Even if they do not engage in discourses and devotional songs related to the divine. However, there may be someone who is conscious of their body and gets up from worship of their own accord to eat, drink, and perform all bodily activities, yet does not listen to or engage in the discourses and devotional songs related to the divine. In comparison to them, a person who listens to or engages in discourses and devotional songs is better. Adharanand Swami then asked, how should we behave so that the divine and their Sant become pleased? Shriji Maharaj replied, if we strictly adhere to the 5 religious vows and do not allow any sort of lapse in their observance, the divine and his Sant will be pleased. There is not even the slightest doubt about this. Then Vedantanand Swami asked, his name means the bliss of the end of the scriptures, what can a person who previously behaved improperly do to please the divine and his Sant? Shriji Maharaj answered, the divine and his Sant become displeased upon seeing impure swabhavs. These are big sentiments that people carry with them that often, limit themselves or make others feel limited. That's the nature of a swabhav. When we develop enmity towards those swabhavs, not to the person, but towards the sentiments they carry, the Sant also realizes this, because whenever one bears animosity towards someone, the whole world knows. Consequently, the Sant, the saint, who themselves is also an enemy of those swabhavs, those sentiments, sides with us and bestows compassion upon us, showing us the way to conquer those swabhavs by whichever means possible. Therefore, developing bitter hatred towards the particular base swabhav that has led to one's disgrace, one should adopt means that would totally uproot it. When we behave in this way, the divine and the divine saint shower total compassion upon us. Whenever the divine and the divine's disciples shower their compassion, one continues to experience extreme bliss within one's heart. Also, one's capacity to walk on the path of liberation increases, and the strength of one's enemies, lust, anger, avarice, etc., decreases. Thus, the divine does help one who keeps intense enmity towards that bitter enemy, which causes distress within one's heart. That is why it is necessary to bear animosity for one's enemies of lust, anger, etc. It is thus very beneficial to develop enmity towards one's inner enemies. Thereafter, Bhagavadanand Swami, which means the bliss of the personal form of the divine, asked, Maharaj, just as one fears the divine when one is near them, What understanding should one have so that one fears the divine just as much when one is far away from him? And here we're using the ancient usage of the term fear, which refers to a sense of awe and an understanding of surrender. Shriji Maharaj explained, just as one maintains the respect of the divine when he is near, the same respect remains when he is far. If one thoroughly understands the glory, just how amazing the divine is, that glory should be understood as follows. Purushottam Bhagwan, the highest personal form of divinity, who transcends Akshar, by whose wish countless millions of Brahmanans, universes are created, who by his power supports these Brahmanans, these universes, who is Vyatirek, yet is present within everything as Anvai, and while being Anvai is also Vyatirek from everything, who dwells within each and every atom in his Antaryami form, in the inner dwelling form, just as he is in his manifest form, without whose wish not even a blade of grass is able to flutter, who is responsible for creating, sustaining, and destroying millions, countless millions of Brahmanans, universes, who administers pain and pleasure to the beings residing therein, and who is the sole doer of all that happens, manifests on this planet for the liberation of the jivas, for the individual souls. Yet, when that very divinity mounts a horse, it appears that the horse is carrying him, though in reality it is the divine who is the upholder of the horse. Furthermore, when the divine sits on the earth, it seems that the earth is supporting the divine. Yet, in reality, it is the divine who supports the entire earth, along with its mobile and immobile forms of life. Moreover, at night, the light of the moon, an oil lamp, or a torch allow one to have the darshan of the divine, or during the day, the light of the sun allows one to have the darshan of the divine. In reality, however, it is that divinity itself who provides the light to the sun, the moon, and the flames of fire. Such are the magnificent powers of the divine. Despite this, though, the divine has become like a human for the sake of the liberation of the jivas, and he is giving darshan to me. If one understands the glory of the divine in this manner, then one can keep the same respect for the divine when one is far from him as when one is near. Bhagavadanand Swami then asked another question. Boy, this is a long verse today, isn't it? Nothing happens without the divine will. That is, everything that happens is all the work of the divine alone. So, when the divine or his devotees encounter hardships, why then does he not alleviate their distress? The dog agreed. Yeah. Why does he merely wish to alleviate their distress, but not act on it? Shriji Maharaj explained, when the divine assumes a human form, it is customary for him to behave in absolutely the same manner as humans do, and not to reveal his transcendental powers. This is how all of the actions and incidents of the divine are described in the scriptures. Therefore, one may entertain doubts only when the divine exhibits new actions, but as long as the actions of the divine are like those performed by the previous avatars, descensions, no doubt should be entertained. Then, Nirmalananda Swami asked, what understanding is required to thoroughly realize the glory, the amazingness of the Sant of God? Shriji Maharaj replied, when one contemplates upon the greatness of Matsya, Katsya, Varaha, Vaman, Parshuram, Ram, Krishna, and the countless avatars, the descensions of the divine, by thinking, the divine has liberated countless jivas through Ram, Krishna, and other avatars. I am extremely fortunate that I have attained the profound association of the Sant, the saint of that very divinity. Then one begins to thoroughly realize the glory of the divine, day by day. Thereafter, Narayananand Swami asked, how is the jiva anvai with the three bodies of Sthul, Sukshma, and Karan? These are the waking, dreaming, deep sleep. Or is it the physical, the subtle, and the causal body? How is it vyatirek, separate from them? How is the jiva separate from the physical body, from the subtle body, and the causal body? Shriji Maharaj answered, when the body encounters pleasure and pain, and the jiva assumes that pleasure and pain upon itself, the jiva is anva, it's one with the three bodies. We identify with these experiences. When it believes itself to be distinct from the pleasures and pains of the three bodies, then the jiva is vyatirek, separate from them. Shunyatitanand Swami then asked, when a person practices satsang initially, when they associate with fellow spiritual seekers, they have deep affection for the sant, for the saint, and the satsangis, the fellow spiritual seekers. But why does their affection later decline? Shriji Maharaj explained, initially, they hold the sant in very high respect. Later, however, when they perceive a minor flaw in the sant, they regard it as a major flaw because of their own malicious mind. As a result, their vicious nature flourishes, and their respect for the sant declines. Then, if they thoughtfully eradicate their own vicious nature, they become as pure as they were before. However, if they do not do so, ultimately they fall from the satsang fellowship. Thereafter, Prasadanand Swami asked, what is the cause of the jiva's liberation? Shriji Maharaj answered, to do exactly as the sant says, without harboring any doubts, is the only cause of the jiva's liberation, the individual soul's liberation. Then Trigunatitanand Swami asked, what means should one adopt when faced with adverse places, times, actions, and company? Shriji Maharaj explained, the only way to overcome adverse places, times, etc. is to flee from them by any means. Junior Nirvikaranand Swami then asked, despite having faith in the divine, why are not one's vicious desires eradicated? Shriji Maharaj replied, one's vicious desires are not eradicated because one has not fully realized just how amazing the divine is. Then, Senior Yoganand Swami asked, how many Swamis are here? A lot of them today. This is the bliss of yoga, is what his name means. Despite having perfect faith in the divine, why does a person still not develop affection for the divine and the discourses related to the divine? Shriji Maharaj explained, it is because he has not yet realized, or they have not yet realized, the glory, the amazingness of the divine as it is. If a person does thoroughly realize the glory of divinity, then do they not develop affection for anything besides God, even if they try? In addition, they develop unflinching affection only for the divine personalities, and the discourses and devotional songs related to. Then Pratoshanand Swami asked, how can one's bhakti, loving devotion towards the divine, remain unflinching? Shriji Maharaj replied, if a person thoroughly understands the glory of the manifest form of Sri Krishna Purushottam, which I have a picture for here, who is the cause of the four emanations, i.e. Aniruddha, Pradyumna, Sankarshan, and Vasudev, the cause of the 24 forms, in other words, Keshava, etc., and the cause of Varaha, and the other avatars, the other dissensions. Then they remain unflinching in the 9 types of bhakti, the 9 types of loving devotion towards that divinity. In other words, listening to talks of the divine, singing devotional songs, etc. We're on the last page. After answering the questions of all the Munis in this way, all of the scholars, Shriji Maharaj asked them all, lust, anger, avarice, these 3 are the gateways to Narak, the lower realm. All of you, please reveal if you have thoroughly conquered any of these. The Munis, the scholars, then spoke regarding whatever each one had resolved. Hearing this from the Munis, Shriji Maharaj became extremely pleased. After gladly imprinting his holy feet on the chests of Atmanand Swami, Yogananda Swami, Bhagavadanand Swami, and Shivanand Swami, he added, just as Mahanu Bhavanand Swami and the others are senior Munis, these 4 should also be considered senior along with them. They're moving up in the Swami Narayan world. Therefore, do not allow anyone to insult them. Having appealed to Muktanand Swami and other senior sadhus in this way, Shriji Maharaj bid Jai Sachitananda, victory to existence, consciousness, and bliss, to everyone, and returned to his residence for his meals. And thus we conclude the end of Gadhada I entirely. This whole part of the book that we've read with Bible-thin pages has just been dedicated to Gadhada I. So that was the grand finale of this first section. Thank you for listening. That was a 40-minute passage. My goodness. All right. What have we learned? A lot, which takes time to process, doesn't it? Thank you for your patience, everyone. Now, there have been many gifts that were sent that I had yet to give my appreciation back to, like Spaghetti on a Plate, who sent a cloud bread. Thank you. Radhe or Radhe. Tatvamasi, you're wondering, Stul, Sukshma, and what was the other one? Well, I'm sure if you just Google the first 2, the third one will come up, but let me see if I can find that for you. I can't remember what page that was on. There's a lot of them. I'm sorry, I can't find it. Doesn't really matter, since we knew what it meant, referring to the physical body, the subtle body, and the causal body. And thank you, Catherine, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. The Karna body, shares Tatvamasi, that sounds right. And Gina, thank you for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Amanda, thank you for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Now, Brandon Rogers. Thank you for sending a subscription to DC Busy. Hare Krishna. Rasulullah. Thank you for saying Radhe Radhe. You share that you are a friend in oneness of God. I appreciate that. I would like to ask my fellow friends here, has our friend Rasul Allah brought more peace? Or do you feel like he may have overstepped some boundaries? Okay. Thank you for answering my question, everyone. I believe that we all have a lot of peace to offer. But as long as we offer that peace without overstepping boundaries, then I am happy to call anyone my friend who does these things. And thank you, Brandon Rogers, for sending your subscription to DC Busy. Again, let me thank you for providing me an opportunity to connect with them to the capacity that they allow. And Ras, thank you for your rose that you sent. And Brandon, thank you for your trio of hand hearts and 30 roses. Here's some for you too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Lizzie, thank you for your pair of roses. JV, you share that you can't sleep. What would help? Well, acknowledging that we're having a hard time sleeping, it can make us first aware that there is some resistment. Resistment, is that a word? Resistance. That's it. Sometimes we might be afraid to fall asleep because it's a very vulnerable time. So what you can do to feel safe and secure, that would be important to keep in mind. Additionally, we might be worried about tomorrow or even excited, so much so that we put expectations on how we're supposed to be tomorrow, and thus we get stressed out because we can't change that now. Sometimes we even have expectations about sleeping, that we expect ourselves to sleep to such an intense degree that we stress ourselves out from sleeping entirely. So, it is important to extinguish these stress points by relieving ourselves from the expectations of tomorrow. Right now, you're not there yet, and all the responsibilities you have for yourself. In this moment, you deserve to relax. If you can, try to guide your mind to positive thoughts, because those are the ones which make it easy to fall asleep to. Positive thoughts include the ones which put you in a position of feeling at ease. Mind you, exciting thoughts can be positive. So allow me to be a little bit more precise. Specifically, sattvic thoughts. Rajasic thoughts can appear to be positive, but stimulating. The thoughts that are really stimulating, maybe write them down or set them aside to be thought about later. If they're really demanding your attention, then a great practice is to have a journal next to your bed where you sleep, and then you can write down whatever thoughts appear. That way, your mind is affirmed. All right, this thought has been acknowledged. It will be looked into at another time. I have done my duty by bringing up this thought. Tamasic thoughts, those are the ones that keep you scared. But a sattvic thought is a pure thought. Maybe you can think of something beautiful, something comforting, whatever it means to you. It's different for everyone. Bringing these things to mind can help us sleep. Don't worry about trying to turn off your mind. That state of deep sleep, it's something that we get to after we first pass through the state of dreaming. So direct your mind towards a dream-like state rather than a deep sleep state. Dream thoughts are light and ethereal. Make your mind in this way and you will surely transfer into the dreamland within you. Thank you, Lizzie, for your pair of roses you sent a few minutes ago. And Anna Pauls, thank you for your Rosa and Community Fest. Radhe Radhe. Kelsey D, thank you for your heart, me too. Tea Coffee, you ask, why do you always feel guilty when you buy something for yourself, even if it's candy? I don't know, but you definitely don't have to. Having some sweets now and then is not going to kill you. But if it's at the sacrifice of some happiness that you could be giving to someone else, then there is good reason to meditate on our own actions and reflect on them. And I'll tell you what, giving to someone, that is something that can be sweeter than the sweetest candy in the world. That the happiness we feel from serving others is so much more intense than the happiness we get from giving this body a temporary pleasure. But we are all learning, we are all growing. If you feel like that's a possibility for you, then at least give yourself a break. Forgive yourself. Doesn't make you a bad person to be learning and growing. In fact, it makes you a very good person for recognizing something that you could be doing for the benefit of others. And thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. Now JV, thank you for your trio of finger hearts also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Alcoholic Jesus, thank you for another finger heart from you too. Hare Krishna. Dr. Jenny, thank you for your trio of roses and your tiny tiny. Yippee! Username, you ask, what brings me the most joy? Honestly, I get the most joy out of seeing someone for who they are, providing them a space for themselves to be whole. I get the most joy out of listening to people, learning from them, being taught things from them. I am made happy by all of the good that I can do, because it is how the soul gets to express itself in the most unlimited and caring way. Why? I'll give you the why. Because there's a logical reason behind it. The reason is this: that when we act from a platform of giving, then we are acting as though we have enough, as though we have more than enough. When we are here to love rather than simply be loved, then that implies we already have love within us. So we're validating this source within us. And that source within you is no different than the divinity itself. We make ourselves into a home for the divine by being a receptacle for divine love. Thus we begin to feel that presence within our own heart. And thank you, Catherine, the wise old owl, for your rose. And Garrett, thank you for your applause. You know, I have some claps for you. Thank you. And thank you, Brandon Rogers, for a whole galaxy. Always a humbling token of appreciation. And I hope to recognize you all to be a galaxy yourself. Because each one of you is a point of life in which so much of your own light gets reflected in all that which orbits you. You shine, are a source of warmth, and there's a fusion at your heart like a burning star. You are my galaxy. And thank you, Brandon, for your 119 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you for finding a friend in me, Garrett. And Neen, thank you for your quartet of disco loves. And Rasul Allah, you share that you sense a world peace coming, and that those who will resist will be wiped away. I sense that too, my friend. And I hope to remember always that all of our enemies only exist within us. That there are believers, but the lack of belief is something that's within us. To eradicate the non-believer means in reference to this human system. We look at all the moving parts within ourselves and we ask the question of personal accountability. What part of me can I eradicate to give rise to a greater expression? How can I kill the egotism and the hatred and the envy and the lust within me, the avarice? All of my enemies I have within, and everyone without is my friend, here to remind me of what there is to believe in. Thank you, Alcoholic Jesus, for your quartet of finger hearts. Here's some for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh, did you catch it? My dear cat Shadow. I think he just caught a fly, but now he doesn't know what to do with it. He's just holding it in his paw. Thank you, Garrett, for your trio of roses. And thank you, Dr. Jenny, for your trio of finger hearts too. Jackie, you share. My enemy is my enemy. He cannot be a non-enemy. His hatred towards me is huge. How is he not an enemy? Because it's like this. There is ignorance in the world, that much is for sure. But we are all moving towards happiness because we're all drawn towards the same source. Someone may express hate towards another, but is only an externalization of the hate within themselves. Just like if someone loves you, it is only an expression of the love within themselves also. That's not to say everyone is only in love with themselves and no one but themselves, or they only hate themselves and no one but themselves. But it's that all feelings that we have within us, they get directed outside. Like if you spill a cup of coffee on the ground, it doesn't matter what was in the cup. If it was coffee, then coffee is what will come out. If it's apple juice, then apple juice will come out. If it's water, it's water. Whatever comes out from someone is something that they are dealing with inside. Someone may see you as their enemy. But that doesn't mean that we have to see them as an enemy in return. When in the world there is such an absence of love, when there's an absence of unity, when there's an absence of trust in one another, when there's an absence of peace, then that means we are the ones to provide that. If someone is responding with hatred, it means there is an absence of love. And who will be there to love them if they make everyone their enemy? Jackie, you share that you're very afraid of his judgment and dislike of you. And that's a feeling that definitely deserves to be validated. We should acknowledge that your feeling is something real. However, you don't need to be afraid of anyone's judgment or dislike of you, because it doesn't define who you are, nor does it put you in danger. You could be surrounded by 1,000,000 people that judge or dislike you, but that doesn't make you any less than what you are. Of course, it doesn't feel good to be judged or disliked, but we want people to recognize beauty, because the beauty in you definitely deserves to be seen. But if they are unable to see it, that is their loss, not yours. You can feel sorry for them, but you don't have to be sorry for yourself, because it doesn't define you. If people can't recognize the beauty of your soul, that doesn't say anything about you, only about their inability to recognize you. But it's not your job to be recognized by other people. We have to work on ourselves. People have to work on themselves. Do you like yourself? Do you retain a non-judgmental attitude towards yourself? As long as you do this, you recognize that you are the only representative of yourself that matters. The version that other people have in their heads, that's their own mind they've made up. But your mind, that's for you to make up. Thank you, Dr. Ginny, for your trio of finger hearts. There's some for you as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. In Kiro Dronov, you ask, could I expound the lower and the higher self? Certainly. Lower and higher are adjectives not to describe authority in this context. Higher in the same way that the birds are higher than us in the sky. The birds are higher than us, not because they're better than us, but just because they see from a higher point of view. The higher self is that which sees all, but is so high that we cannot see it. The lower self includes our limited identity. It includes our body, our mind, our personality, but low not because it's secondary, but because it's closer to the ground, to where the action of this material world is taking place, the world of forms that come and go. The lower self, it changes, but the higher self is perfectly still, infinite in all capacities. The Sanskrit word for higher self is Paramatma, but there isn't a word for lower self. There's just the self, Atma, and then there's the higher self, the Paramatma. The higher self is that which illumines the lower self, the witness, the consciousness. Jackie, you share that you're such a baby emotionally and a very new soul. You think you live in too much fear and self-judgment. Well, these are also judgments you've made to yourself by using such vocabulary. Let's use different words here. You are very sensitive emotionally, and that's beautiful. And you are very dynamic and evolving, and you have an ever fresh mind and a sense of newness that you carry with you, and that you have a lot of vulnerability, and you're very critical of yourself. I think putting it in these words are going to be a little more fruitful for you, since it's lifted from some of the weight that they carry, perhaps. But you are a very old soul. We all are. It is the nature of your soul to be infinite. Now my lovely Sandy is just staring at me. Oh, now he's scratching himself. He's so cute. I think he wants to come outside. He just loves being outside. Yeah, now he's back to staring at me. Huh? Now he's looking at the catio. Alright, I'll tell you what. I'll bring out Sandy. I'll let him say hi to you all. And I'll let him have a little bit of a hangout in his catio before the sun completely sets. You want to say hi? Hi. I love you. Big baby. Sandy. And who's this? Who's that? Shadow. They are 2 years old, which is what in cat years? 14, something like that. Adolescents or young men. Kirorono, if you ask, is it like the self is more zoomed in to experiential level of the world and the Paramatma is zoomed out? Yes. Imagine being this whole space of experience. Feel that witness permeating all of it. The silent watcher. That's the higher self. But we also have a part of the experience which we identify with. this body, this mind, this personality, this house, this occupation, this car, whatever. That's all part of the lower self. Because it's descended from that infinite awareness and occupies a smaller portion of it. This has been a bit of a longer session. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Garrett. Brandon, good night. I hope you have I was about to say a well-founded sleep. So I'm not sure what that means exactly. I hope you have wonderful dreams and that you wake up in peace just as you go to bed. In peace. And thank you, Kiroro no, for your ice cream. Alright. See you later, Brandon. Unseen Styles, you ask, how do you put a significant other's needs before yours? Only when you are able to take care of yourself afterwards. It is possible to sacrifice something for others, but it should be done so only when it doesn't take something out of you that you're not able to replenish through healthy coping mechanisms, through support groups, through a therapist, through taking some time to heal yourself, whatever it may be. That we do only that which we are able to recuperate from, that we know that we can come back into a kind of peace because we have that trust with ourselves. We have a relationship with ourselves such as that, you don't mind a little bit of discomfort for the sake of another person's comfort because you know that they would not be able to deal with the consequences, but you are. And so we do that for them out of a kind of love. It requires a lot of self-trust, a lot of understanding your own needs and your own resilience to figure out in what ways we'll be able to take care of ourselves after undergoing such discomfort for the sake of the other person's well-being. That's for someone that you see eye to eye with, a significant other. If you're a parent, if you're a mother, then there are times where, unfortunately, the happiness of your children are take even higher priority, which means that sometimes you don't even know if you're going to be able to recuperate. But that's okay, because your children are a part of you. As long as they are happy, then you are happy. But if it prevents you from being a good parent to them later, then still something to think about. I love the word resilience also, Hollywood. It is a good word. MJ, you share that a mother is only as happy as their most unhappy child. That's so great. I love that a lot. Yeah. A highway is only as fast as the slowest car. A chain is only as strong as the weakest link. And a mother is only as happy as her unhappiest child. That's great. Yes, we have restarting speaking faculties. We have gone on for a while tonight. I think it's probably a good time to start landing the plane. But I'll land the plane slowly. By slowly, I mean there's a couple things I'd love to do with you all still before we go. And the first of those three things is asking you all my question of the day, which is, what's a way of saying I love you without literally saying I love you? What gets the point across? Anyway, that you have love, you are sending it their way, because sometimes you just can't say I love you. Other times you can, but you're choosing to do so in a different way. Happy birthday! Yes, I can relate with that, Crossfires. I'm happy to have you here, Unseen Styles. A warm hug, says MJ. Respecting people's wishes. It's a simple way, definitely. Tanya. Grateful human, you sharing quality time and attention with self and others. Honey Badger Heals. Oh, this is a question, I think. Well, there's no question mark. Is the journey of life about healing our soul with our own love? Our soul does not need healing, because our soul is unaffected by life. But learning how to heal with love, healing our own body and our own mind with that love, absolutely is a great and important part of the journey of life. Happy birthday, Melinda. By loving yourself, shares Rasul Allah. Thank you for understanding what I said earlier, by the way. MJ, you share a hug from the heart. Yeah. Have you ever done a hand hug? It's where these are your arms. I mean, it's difficult to move just the pinky and the thumb at the same time. And then you take someone else's hand and you give them a hand hug. It's good for people that are more sensitive to physical contact. Hollywood, you share gentle yet intense eye contact and intentional eye contact. I like that. Yeah. Namaste. That's a great one, this guy Scott. Yeah. Namaste comes from Nama, which means I bow to you. And, well, I bow. And Te means to you. And the expulsion of the breath at the end of Nama turns into a dental sibilant S. So it becomes Namaste. Namaste. I bow to you. I bow to the divinity within you, even more accurately. Wear your seatbelt, says Suzanne. Yeah, that means I like having you in my life. I don't want you suddenly taken from me. Auntie, you share kind gestures, like getting their favorite food without them asking. I love that. Listening, shares username. Not crossing boundaries, shares Bratatak photography. Praying for the other, shares Eksha. Cooking, shares Michelle. Accepting people the way they are, shares Doom Night. I love that. Here is some tea, shares user 224. Auntie, you share paying attention to the little things that people like or love. Dr. Ginny, you share being tolerant, patient and helpful when others are struggling. That's a big one. Jackie, you share petting your son's hair and just being next to him, taking a nap, hanging out. You're a good mother. And Orla, you share compassionate and respectful resolution of conflict. That definitely says I love you, doesn't it? G to infinity, you share. With my friends, we share memes from Reels or TikTok posts. Yeah, it is like a little, I love you. Here's something funny, I love you. In fact, they should make that the default notification sound. Anytime someone sends you a meme, just you hear this little guy saying, I love you. That'd be pretty weird though, wouldn't it? It would cause a lot of arguments. Coming home from work, husband says, who are you talking to on the phone? Wife says, I don't know. What are you talking about? And then husband hears, I love you. Who's that? Oh, it's my notification sound. I don't know. Just, that's what came into my brain. Anyway, Healing 3D shares this guy, Scott. Yes. There is a lot of room for love in the material world. With a smile, shares Rhiannon. A kiss, shares Gaia. Yes. Jackie, you share a toe hug is so good. I've never heard of a toe hug, but I think I know what you mean. Yeah. You interlock your toes. I've done that. I used to do that with my mom when I was younger. And MJ, you share. Through unconditional acceptance. Dr. Jenny, you share making pumpkin pie on their birthday. Yes. And Marlon, you share letting go of someone who you know hurt you, but they'll never admit that they've hurt you. And Redhead Rage, you share trying to understand others out of your comfort zone. For example, you appreciate that a lot from others. Yeah, sometimes we do have to step outside of our own comfort zone in order to understand. Good night, Catherine. I love you too, Rasulullah. And I love you too, Gaia. Happy birthday. Jackie, you share that whoever said the letting go comment, thanks. You can think of that as easier than forgiveness. Indeed. And that's the essence of forgiveness. We let go. DLYJ, you are tearing up right now. Tears of love. Well, that's a great answer to the question of the day. What better way to say I love you than shedding a tear of love? Denise. That's easier to say than DLYJ. Yes, thank you. By sending a paper crane or an ice cream cone. Well, I love you too, MJ. Thank you, everyone, for answering my question of the day. It's so important to show love, isn't it? I would like to read from another section of our book, and then we can do a 3-minute meditation to end the live stream today. Where is the cover? There it is. Okay. Today we are reading from the 5th chapter of In Love at Ease. This chapter is called At Ease, and it's all about how Pramukh Swami, the spiritual leader, was always at ease. To be at ease, one must put in the hard work without seeking external validation. Though Swami Shri was timid in his early years, his guru's agna, his guru's commanding vision to guide the community, called for a strong social skill. Swami Shri became an extremely social person over time. He liked being around people, and he liked to be there for them. One of Swami Shri's greatest skills was that he could start a conversation with anyone. The diverse span of people that he could relate to was as impressive as the length and depth of each conversation. He knew how to talk about cattle and crops with rural farmers, education and social policy with community leaders, and theology and pluralism with religious leaders. Swami Shri did not work on being accepting and warm. Rather, and an important distinction, he only worked on following his guru's agna. This was enough to let the rest flow on its own, such that the charisma and warmth that touched the hearts of millions came as a natural consequence. I recall a conversation with Swami Shri in Gondal, in which we discussed everything from baseball, video games, broadcast journalism, the United States Middle East policies, and even the bhakti poetry and music of Bhagwan Swami Narayan's poet sadhus. Swami Shri's ability to transition seamlessly between each topic from various sensory, generational, and disciplinary realms taught me how to carry a conversation with almost anyone. It was the reason why millions like me felt at ease in sharing their life, including its joys and sorrows, with Swami Shri. There were numerous skills that Swami Shri worked to perfect. Swami Shri learned how to cook, build mandirs, purchase stone and marble for mandir building, farm in a sustainable and profitable manner for the mandir, care for animals, survey land, and even work on his public speaking. His bhaktas, his devotees, will tell you that Swami Shri organically learned these qualities and skills over the years. Some may also say that the Guru is paripurna, or complete with all skills by the grace of the divine. Anyone who has observed Swami Shri closely and knows that he worked hard to learn certain languages. Anyone who has observed Swami Shri closely knows that he worked hard to learn certain languages, technology, and foreign customs. Swami Shri did not take knowledge for granted. He worked to gain and maintain it. One small example witnessed by the sadhus in Mumbai shows Swami Shri's determination to learn and perfect along the way. During the summer months in India, the murtis of a mandir are adorned in ornaments made entirely of sandalwood paste. That paste is gathered off the murtis and then collected in a small vessel. During the morning sabhas, assemblies, the sadhus, the monks, would gather the sandalwood and make a compact goti, sticks, of that sanctified sandalwood so that they could use it for their daily tilak on their forehead. Swami Shri asked the sadhus to pass him some sandalwood paste so that he could make sticks during the katha as well. It is not an easy process. The soft sandalwood is shaped by repeatedly pounding it on a flat wooden board or stone slab. As the sandalwood dries, it retains the rectangular shape and forms into a stick. Swami Shri started making the sticks, but was having some difficulty since he had not done this seva, this selfless service, in a while. He tried his best that day. The next morning, in Sabha, he joined the sadhus on the floor and started to make the sticks alongside them. His eyes were on a young Parshad, Ramji Bhagat, who was masterfully shaping the sticks with a swift and meticulous thud. Several sadhus noticed Swami Shri's eyes carefully observing the young Parshad and following his method. Swami Shri spent the next 2 days sitting on the floor with his disciples so that he could perfect his method of making sandalwood sticks. Now, imagine the effort he must have had put in to learn some of his more frequently used skills. To be at ease is to accept strengths and limitations and to improve upon one's shortcomings. To be at ease is to handle pressure and anxiety with a smile. Swami Shri was at ease because he had an established plan to deal with stressful situations. I have shared many interactions in previous chapters where Swami Shri has maintained his composure and equilibrium while dealing with difficult and even life-threatening situations. Here, I highlight Swami Shri's method. Swami Shri had a 5-step plan to be at ease. First, Swami Shri tackled difficult moments by chanting his mantra, which was the Swami Narayan mantra, which his Ishta Devata, Swami Narayan, gets his name. It's actually funny. Swami is a title. Swami Narayan sounds like a name of a person. But the being called Swami Narayan in this tradition actually got that name because he made this mantra famous. And the mantra was just Swami Narayan, Swami Narayan, Swami Narayan, Swami Narayan. In the moments immediately after the terrorist attack on the Swami Narayan Akshardham in Gandhinagar, or the fire in the sanctum of the Swami Narayan Akshardham, New Delhi, Swami Shri realigned himself by focusing on the divine through chanting and praying. In the Vachanamrut, Gadhada 156, which we have read before and is in a dedicated playlist on the YouTube channel, Bhagwan Swami Narayan instructs his disciples to loudly chant the name of the divine whenever they are in a difficult situation. Second, Swami Shri immediately turned to the understanding that the divine is the all-doer and that he would resolve the difficulty. Not only did Swami Shri lay the credit of success at the divine's feet, but he also left the burden of failure and difficulty there. Third, Swami Shri focused on remembering that he is the Atman, the soul, the self, the true being separate from mind and body, and that no pain or suffering can damage or hurt the Atman. This line of thinking helped Swami Shri maintain stability and draw strength from within. Fourth, Swami Shri listened to all of the involved parties, gathered opposing or overlooked perspectives, and assessed the situation before making a decision. And finally, Swami Shri responded in a calm and collected manner, informed by the prior 4 steps, which instilled confidence and a spirit of camaraderie in all those around him. Swami Shri did not react. He responded. Through this 5-step plan, Swami Shri remained sharp, objective, poised, and focused while dealing with crises. It allowed him to distance himself from the situation and the immediate players to examine the larger effects and make an informed decision. So, see if we're good listeners. What are these 5 steps? Step 1, for him it was chanting. Chanting, prayer, remembrance of the divine. Step 2, he remembered that the divine is the all-doer. All is in his command. Third, he recognized himself to be the Atman, the true self, separate from the body and mind. Fourth, he gathered perspectives from everyone involved, especially the overlooked. And lastly, by remaining calm, he made an informed decision based on all of these prior steps. That was his 5-step plan to being at ease. Swami Shri had once flown into New Delhi to examine the ongoing construction of the Swami Narayan Akshardham. After touring each and every corner of the bustling complex with stress-inducing stone piles as high as several stories, Swami Shri sat down for a spiritual discussion with the sadhus. He began by addressing the elephant in the room. No matter how many stones are piled up on the outside, in my heart, I do not feel the weight of a single piece of gravel. We should aim for that in life. Prayer, submission to the divine, drawing strength from the infinite Atman, true self, informing himself, and then responding in a measured manner were the key steps in Swami Shri's plan to be at ease amid stressful situations. Prayer, submission to the divine, drawing strength from the infinite Atman, informing himself, and responding in a measured manner. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of In Love, at Ease, there for now. I hope that we can take these practical tips and use them to grow and learn and be at ease ourselves. And thank you, Trenchant Luminescence, for your wonderful assortment of gifts that you sent while we were reading. I thank you for your patience. And getting back to you with acknowledgement, you sent 11 cloud breads, a swan, flowers, 27 community fests, a tetration of 3, a paper crane, an owl, a heart me, 72 team bracelets, and 32 best teams. Thank you for being receptive to whatever I have to share. And thank you for subscribing. I'm also grateful for that, as it shows that I'll likely get to see you again. And that means that I am committed to growing and learning with you. You may be subscribed to this live, but I am subscribed to your spiritual growth. So thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Moonflower Magic, thank you for your harmony and your best team also. And Garrett, thank you for your pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Trenchant Luminescence, thank you for another 7 roses. 1 for each chakra. And thank you, MJ, for your square. My favorite square, 6 by 6, 36 worth of roses. Jai Sitaram. Now, We are coming to the closing of this Sangha today. I'm not sure why I'm looking for my mantra down there. I'm trying to find it. It's not on there. It's on my computer. I just have to prepare us for it. There's just 3 minutes of this mantra, so it's probably the shortest meditation we've done so far. I'm just going to close the background music so we can maximize this. The mantra that we're doing today is the Shiva Shambho mantra, and we'll be meditating along with the singer. I'll put the video up for us to sing along with. There was a dog howling behind me. Is the moon up? It was. I saw it earlier. It moved. Okay, let me prepare this. I hear an owl. I thought that was part of the song, but now that I've got the song off. No, that's a real owl somewhere around us. Alright, today we are doing this 3-minute Shiva Shambho meditation from Emily Beauchamp. Sacred chant and mantra for transformation, calling on the auspicious one. So what she's going to do is she's going to sing a verse, and then all we have to do is sing along with her the second time. She alternates in this way.
Shiva, 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 Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Shiva, 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 Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho. Mahadeva Shambho.
Thank you for listening. Just a nice short one tonight. Om Namah Shivaya. Okay. Thank you all for being here. I hope that her singing touched your soul as much as it did mine. Thank you, Moonflower Magic, for another quintet of roses, a trio and a pair together. Hare Om Tat Sat. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of disco loves. So we've come to the end of today's Sangha, but if there's any part of it which you feel like you could have gotten more out of, I will be uploading the recording to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel, as well as alternatives, as well as the clips of the readings and the meditations, in case you ever want to have an audiobook experience, one that's a bit impromptu, or a meditation. Of course, it's not live anymore since it's just a recording, but it does give you the ability to rewind and pause and skip forward to any part that you wish to listen to. Thank you, Trenchant Luminescence, for the mirror bloom. Thank you for being a mirror upon which I can see all the possibility that exists within my own self. Radhe o Radhe. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divinity which I bow to within you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. Namaskaram.